What's the delay on this? Ooh, that's not good. That can't be right. Okay. 1, 2, 3. That's better, right? Okay, whatever. Yeah, it's like a 3-second delay now, folks. Hell yeah, let's go. Face cam reveal now. Bump. Hello? Howdy, chat. See if my YouTube stream is up. That's cool. Looks like I'm live. Try vibe check. AI companion for your shorts. Looks like I'm live. Oh, the delay on YouTube is not bad at all. Hey, what's up, YouTube? I'll heart YouTube. Give us some action. Oh, the delay on YouTube is not bad at all. Hey, what's up, YouTube? There you go. There's some hearts for YouTube. No one watches me on YouTube. It's hilarious. How do you get traction? You gotta have clips. I don't have any clips. Once I have clips up, I'll be good. I guess I gotta work on that on a week. I'll work on clips on the weekend. Yep. See, I just figured it all out in 5 seconds.
The vote came as the U.S. and Israel. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
Right. What is happening?
I'm Amy Goodman. The House of Representatives rejected a war powers resolution to rein in President Trump's ability to wage war against Iran. 4 House Democrats joined nearly every Republican.
Are you kidding me?
As the measure narrowly failed on a vote of 212 to 219. The vote came as the U.S. and Israel intensifies bomb attacks across Iran, and one day after the Senate similarly rejected a war powers resolution. Just 2 Republicans voted in favor of the House war powers resolution.
That's crazy, chat.
This is its co-sponsor, Kentucky Republican Congressmember Thomas Massey.
The president says we had to strike first because an Iranian strike was imminent. Meanwhile, the Department of Defense conceded there was no evidence of an imminent Iranian strike. Some told us this war was about nuclear weapons, but 6 months ago, we were assured our last strike on Iran decimated their nuclear program. So which is it? I think the most candid answer came from the Secretary of State, who told the press that Israel forced our hand and dragged us into this war again. And that truth is the very reason why it is Congress that must decide war.
In Iran, massive explosions shook the capital, Tehran, overnight as the city's 10 million residents endured the most intense night of bombing since the U.S. and Israel launched a joint attack Saturday. There were airstrikes reported near Tehran University, on an Iranian military academy, on government buildings, and on civilian sites, including residential buildings, car parks, and gas stations. Iran says more than 3,600 civilian sites across the country have been damaged in U.S.-Israeli attacks, including ambulances and 24 medical facilities. Among the dead, according to Iran state media, 20 people killed and 30 injured in an attack on a residential area in the city of Shiraz. Meanwhile, Sri Lankan officials have evacuated more than 200 sailors from a second Iranian Navy ship off Sri Lanka's coast. The evacuation came after a U.S. submarine fired a torpedo to sink an Iranian frigate that was unarmed and in international waters, killing 87 people. On Thursday, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said Iran is making a mistake if it believes the United States cannot sustain the war indefinitely.
We've got no shortage of munitions. Our stockpiles of defensive and offensive weapons allow us to sustain this campaign as long as we need to. We have only just begun to fight, and fight decisively.
Politico reports U.S. Central Command asked the Pentagon to send more military intelligence officers to its Florida headquarters to support operations against Iran for at least 100 days and likely through September. The Center for Strategic and International Studies reports the first 100 hours of U.S. attacks alone cost $3.7 billion. On Thursday, President Trump told Axios in an interview he needs to be personally involved in selecting Iran's next leader, just as he was in Venezuela. Axios reports Trump acknowledged Mojtaba Khamenei, son of the assassinated Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, as the most likely successor, while making clear he finds that outcome unacceptable.
Really?
Iran is continuing to fire retaliatory missiles and drones at Israel.
He's even more conservative. I don't see why.
Host U.S. military bases. Iranian missiles crashed down across Tel Aviv earlier today, sparking a fire and damaging several buildings.
I guess that's not his kind of conservative, huh? Sharia law coming to America.
Though no injuries were reported. One missile reportedly struck near Ben Gurion Airport.
I like that wall painting they had, or the graffiti. It said "Down with the USA" because with bombs coming down, representing the USA. It's kind of how I feel today. I'm feeling a certain way about it today. Chat.
Which hosts U.S. aerial refueling tankers used in the war in Iran. In Iraq, a drone struck an airfield operated by a U.S. firm in the northern Kurdish region, causing a fire. Officials in Bahrain say an oil refinery fire from an Iranian missile strike has been contained. Meanwhile, Qatar has fully shut down natural gas liquefaction and won't be able to start operations for at least a month, adding to a growing energy crisis caused by the U.S.-Israeli attacks on Iran. On Thursday, U.S. stocks dropped dramatically, with the Dow falling nearly 800 points as oil prices made their largest weekly gain and the highest since President Trump took office, the highest weekly gain since 2020.
Gas prices are at $1, and I'm going to lie, because I know that I'm going to war with Iran and the gas prices are going to be at $9 a gallon. That's right. Holy shit.
Lebanon's health ministry reports 123 people have been killed and 683 wounded since Israel began a massive wave of attacks across much of Lebanon Monday. Among the dead are a 5-year-old girl and a 7-year-old boy, killed when the Israeli army raided their home in the town of Mashkara. Over the past 24 hours, Israeli jets bombed southern and eastern Lebanese towns and southern suburbs of the capital, Beirut, after threatening residents to leave their homes or face death. On Thursday, Israel's far-right finance minister Bezalel Smotrich said that all of Beirut's southern suburbs will face devastation similar to Khan Yunis in the Gaza Strip, which the Israeli military reduced to rubble.
What?
We are now on the northern border after the IDF instructed all residents of the area to evacuate. You wanted to bring hell upon us? You brought hell upon yourselves. The Dahya will look like Khan Yunis. Our northern residents will live in quiet, peace, and security.
In the Gaza Strip, the World Health Organization warns stocks of essential medicines, trauma, and surgical supplies are running critically low, along with fuel needed to power medical equipment. The crisis exacerbated after Israel closed all border crossings in Gaza as it launched attacks on Iran Saturday. The Kerem Shalom crossing has since partially reopened, but most crossings remain shut. This is Amjad al-Shawa, head of the Palestinian Non-Governmental Organizations Network in Gaza.
If the crossings remain closed and aid in all its forms is not allowed in, whether medical, food, shelter supplies, and other basic necessities for Palestinian citizens, at the forefront of the water sector and the maintenance of water networks, we will be facing a dangerous situation and a return to famine, maybe in a form worse than before.
Kristi Noem has been ousted from her position as Homeland Security Secretary. On Thursday, President Trump announced on social media he was firing Noem and replacing her with Republican Senator Markwayne Mullin of Oklahoma.
One down, folks. One down.
The Cherokee Nation. Noem had faced
One down.
intensifying calls to resign or be impeached over her disastrous handling of Trump's immigration raids nationwide and the unchecked violent use of force by her federal agents, leading to the fatal shootings of at least 4 people, including U.S. citizens Renee Good and Alex Preti in Minneapolis, which Noem then falsely labeled. She labeled them as domestic terrorists. Noem was also widely accused of
She's directly
corruption.
responsible. She's directly responsible for those deaths and any that follow. In fact, probably because this guy's not going to change anything.
Photograph wearing a gold Rolex Cosmograph Daytona that sells for about $50,000 as she toured El Salvador's notorious Secat mega prison, where Trump had deported hundreds of Venezuelan immigrants. She posed in front of an overcrowded cell where dozens of men imprisoned at Secat were seen wearing nothing but white shorts. Noem also oversaw a multi-million-dollar self-promotional DHS advertising campaign. Trump told Reuters in an exclusive interview Thursday he hadn't signed off on the $220 million campaign. We'll have more on Noem's ouster later in the broadcast. This all comes as the Department of Homeland Security remains under a partial shutdown after Senate Democrats blocked a Republican-led bill to fund DHS. Noem's firing was announced shortly before the vote. Earlier, Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut had reportedly said, quote, "It might be easier for us to negotiate on DHS funding if Noem was fired." In Tennessee, a local Nashville journalist whose stories have been critical of ICE was arrested and detained by federal agents earlier this week. Estefania Maria Rodriguez Flores, with the news outlet Nashville Noticias, was reportedly taken during a traffic stop on Wednesday, despite the federal agents not having an arrest warrant. The Tennessean reported Rodriguez Flores is from Colombia, has lived in the U.S. since 2021 with a tourist visa and work permit as pending green card and asylum applications. She's also married to a U.S. citizen. In South Sudan, at least 169 people were killed after dozens of armed assailants attacked a town near the border with Sudan. Victims included government soldiers and nearly 100 civilians, with women and children among the dead. A UN mission said it was sheltering more than 1,000 civilians who fled the violence. A local official said the attackers were fighters aligned with Riek Machar, one of 2 rivals for control of South Sudan during the 5-year civil war that officially ended in 2018 after an estimated 400,000 people died from the fighting. Meanwhile, the medical charity Doctors Without Borders says 26 of its workers remain unaccounted for a month after they fled attacks on 2 medical facilities in South Sudan's Jonglei state. In the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, more than 200 people were killed after heavy rains triggered a landslide at a major coltan mining site. About 70 children were reportedly among the victims. The Rubaya mines are controlled by the M23 rebel group, which disputed the government's death toll, claiming there had been a bombing at the mining site and that only 5 people were killed. Al Jazeera reports the Rubaya mine produces about 15% of the world's coltan, an essential metal that's processed into tantalum to manufacture smartphones, electric car batteries, and other devices.
This is how they do it?
Is rife at the mines, with workers facing what's been described as modern-day slavery conditions. And the civil rights pioneer Bernard Lafayette, who joined freedom rides and fought for voting rights in the Jim Crow South, has died at the age of 85.
Right there.
In the 1960s, Lafayette was a member of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. He later became a faculty member at Auburn University in Alabama, where he lectured on nonviolent social change. Democracy Now! Last spoke to Bernard Lafayette in 2020, when he described how a white mob beat freedom riders, including Jim Zwerg and John Lewis, at a Greyhound bus station in Montgomery, Alabama, in May 1961, as they were protesting segregated interstate travel.
Once we got to the bus station, all of the protection disappeared, and we were on the platform, and Jim Zwerg was beaten up, and John Lewis was clobbered, and I got kicked in the chest and had 3 broken ribs. So there was nothing you could do with broken ribs. So I went through the entire freedom rides with 3 broken ribs. I didn't tell my fellow freedom riders because they might have insisted that I not go. So I just kept quiet. I quietly suffered the entire trip.
Bernard Lafayette was 85 years old. And in Chicago today, family and friends of the Reverend Jesse Jackson are gathering for a memorial service celebrating the life and of the late civil rights leader who died in February at the age of 84. The service is open to the public.
Nice.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi. Starting us off tonight is none other than Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Governor Walz, when I saw the news this morning, you were the first person I thought of, given everything you have been through, everything you have lived through, and the people of your state have lived through. So Kristi Noem is obviously on her way out. You've lived through so much on her watch. What was your reaction this morning? What's been your reaction to the news?
Well, good to be with you, Jen. Good news has been kind of scarce since Kristi Noem and Donald Trump's folks showed up in December. And so glad she's gone, but I think you understand it and everybody else does. It's the people who are putting them in place, a rogues gallery of incompetent, cruel cabinet secretaries, and this one was particularly loathsome. But what I think we need to make clear is the damage that she's done here and continues to do. I remind your viewers that there's still 650 of these folks here. We're trying to recover from this, and it's going to take us years, and it may be generational trauma on our children. We don't know where our kids are at. We need answers. And so I'm glad she's gone, but it gives us an inflection point. And this is what I would really encourage Congress to do their job, Republicans in Congress. And as you're talking about, whether it's Senator Mullen, whoever it is, put the guardrails on right now. We need to be part of the investigations into Renee and Alex's death. We need to know where our children are at.
They need to be able to investigate themselves.
Minnesota's money. So I think it's okay to celebrate at times. And former Secretary Noem and I go way back. And the trouble started long before this when she chose not to address COVID and spread COVID throughout the upper Midwest, killing people across the area. This incompetency then to be picked. I think it's really interesting what you said was she wasn't fired for killing Alex or Renee or being in charge of that. She wasn't fired for taking children. She wasn't fired for dragging American citizens out of their home with no shoes in underwear.
No, he's right. He's right.
Below zero.
This is important.
They only make changes when it becomes politically problematic for them, because they're not going to change what they want to do. They still want these mass deportations. Stephen Miller is still there whispering in the president's ear, and they still believe they don't need warrants. They still believe they don't need to give us accountability for murdered Minnesotans. And so I think this is an inflection point that Kristi Noem was incompetent. She was cruel. She was terrible. But the institution at DHS and what was carried out and what the White House is saying, that's what needs to be addressed.
As you noted, and I think it's so important for people to remember, and everybody watching followed what happened in your state, was still happening in your state so closely. She's no longer going to be in the cabinet.
I know, right?
What should accountability for Kristi Noem, given everything she's done, look like in your view?
Jail?
Well, and there needs to be, and I think that's one of our founding principles, that no one's above the law and they're accountable. I would just say at this time that, that former Senator Noem should probably get used to spending more time in Minnesota, because I have a pretty good feeling in the future she may be doing that, because we have got to get accountability. We need to know the people who are involved in this, and the ones that were caught on tape.
In other words, he's going to fucking subpoena her ass.
And again, they're out of Minnesota because Minnesotans took to the streets, and it turns out they like their constitutional rights. They like to protect their neighbors' human rights. And that's what Minnesotans did. And we need accountability on every single one of those. So from whether it's the murder of Renee and Alex, whether it's why Liam Ramos ended up in Texas, why we don't know where some of our children are, why they tell stories where a gentleman with a fractured skull tripped and fell in detainment.
Yeah, sure.
And the
lies
of other aggressions, all the way down to gassing of children with chemical munitions out there. It's ridiculous. And at this point in time, and I was on the Hill yesterday testifying in one of their diversions, Kristi Noem's down the way being asked to simply calling Renee and Alex domestic terrorists is incredibly painful for Minnesotans and their family, and she doesn't even have the decency to do that. And so here's my question is, well, maybe the president could do that for her. Maybe the president could say, you're right, that's why she's gone, we would do this. So I don't know, on a day like this, I'm glad she's gone, but they just keep lining up sycophants. There's one qualification for this job, and that's loyalty to Donald Trump.
He's right.
And your story there of saying that, when she shot Cricket, all the rest of us are, of course, horrified by this, whatever. Donald Trump thinking that would be good for border security, boy, there's a psychology study right there of what they think about this. And that's the way they've approached this.
Yeah.
The whole operation in Minnesota has
been based. Based.
So much. I just want to ask you about something you just said, because I think accountability is something so many people are hungry for in this country. When you say she should expect to spend more time in Minnesota, what do you mean by that? Tell people watching what you mean by that.
Well, look, our folks are going.
Look, it's not going to be hard to imitate Asmongold, all right? If he's going to be the next guy. So I gotta get my chops up on that, because I don't have Trump anymore if he's gone.
Going to be looking into each and every one of these incidents that happened.
We're
going to want answers.
Might as well
who gave the
shut my
orders
stream
to
down.
do this? Who said that these folks could do that? Why within 20 minutes before understanding what happened, she found the need to slander Minnesotans, American citizens? Why did they not retract that? And why were Minnesota investigators at the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension not allowed
Happy
to
Friday,
be on
folks.
these scenes? Where's the evidence? We need the evidence to do this. And I know both County Attorney Moriarty, I know Attorney General Ellison. Yep. People are looking for accountability. That's what the system is. This isn't, as Donald Trump is, he came here on retribution. We're not looking for retribution. We're looking for justice. And we're looking to make sure that no one's above the law. So Kristi Noem, it sure seems to me there's a lot of unanswered questions. I wrote her in early December asking about the detainments. I wrote her in January, and I wrote her again this week, and I have not received an answer. We have children who we don't know where they're at. They're still unaccounted for. And I know that whether it's the war or it's Epstein or everything else, folks are moving on. We're still in the midst of this. She was still, until this morning, in charge of that, and they chose to totally ignore us. They chose not to answer. They don't believe they're accountable. And so I can't say it enough. Don't give them any money. Don't confirm a DHS secretary. Continue to drag them in front of you and put the guardrails around. If a DHS, ICE, Border Patrol, whoever it is, federal agent is involved in the killing or violence or violating constitutional rights, the states have to be able to be part of that investigation.
Yeah.
And at this point in time, they're stonewalling us. And if you recall, on the third shooting we had here where the gentleman shot in the leg, she went after that. That was a planned attack. And that night she said she held me accountable as a domestic terrorist for encouraging them. Well, lo and behold, they were lying. And now those folks are supposed to be under investigation. But our folks were driven off that scene with the gas that was being thrown by ICE. So there's a lot of unanswered questions. And I think the way this White House operates is we'll get rid of this. We'll talk about something else. We'll flood the zone.
He's looking good, by the way.
About it. I think what I'm saying
I like
to
Tim.
is we will never forget. We will
Thank you,
never
Tim.
rest until we get justice for the people that were harmed in this. And if we don't, and all the rest of your listeners, this is coming to your state. We were a testing ground, and the people of Minnesota pushed back, but they'll just do it in the dark. They'll make it more difficult. So I don't think
that's what they're doing.
Fundamental changes.
He
that
just
we
hinted
need
at what my
to
chatter
ensure
said.
that border security
They'll do it in the
is
dark.
done right. And again, this false,
Yes.
narrative of, well, you don't care about, violent criminals being on the street. Of course we do. But I don't think a 5-year-old boy in a bunny hat was the one you were going after. I don't think Alex Reddy, a VA nurse, or Renee Good, a mom just driving home. We know that this thing was botched, but they didn't fire her after that. They fired her after a disastrous testimony, and as you said, promoting herself to be president. So there's a lot more work to be done, and I don't think anybody should lose focus on this. There's one person responsible for all this, and that's the president.
You are definitely not losing focus. We will keep focus on it as well. It sounds
that was nice. Agreed.
It's like you're saying, and I don't know, I talked a little bit about Senator Mark Wayne Mullen. I'm not sure how familiar you are with his background, but it sounds like you're saying you really want Democrats in the Senate to hold up this nomination, given how ICE is continuing to terrorize communities, including those in Minnesota. Is that what I should be hearing from you? Or was that what I was hearing from you?
Yes.
No, it is what you're hearing, Jen. They need to make the changes now. This is their job. Rein in this rogue agency.
Yes.
And make them sit in front of you and answer the questions. And my demand for all the senators who are voting, don't vote for anything until they let us be part of the investigation into these murders and these crimes. What we need to know. And I am familiar with Senator Mullen, and I would characterize us as friendly. I would have characterized Senator or former Secretary Noem as friendly, but they kind of change when they get in Donald Trump's orbit. People that I worked with in the House, and I'm not going to pass judgment on Senator Mullen at this time because he and I did get along. We were friendly. We did some charity work. We did the congressional football game to raise money for fallen police officers. So I do have
this
a
guy's
history there.
a true politician.
Back into the same organization that is meant to terrorize, being taught. You're training these guys in less than 40 days.
Yeah.
And you're telling them that they don't have to have judicial
focused.
warrants to enter homes.
He's laser
and
focused.
You're telling them there's no accountability. And I will remind folks.
Dude, this is the kind of governor, this is the kind of governor, that you want, right? This is the kind of governor you want in your state. Partisan or not, it's like he's sticking up for his constituents against the government. That's good.
The hours after the murder of Renee Good, the vice president.
Don't let anyone tell you this guy's a bad guy.
They had
He may have his problems. Fox News paints him as a fraudster, whatever. Who cares about the fraud? This right here is what you need in your governor.
Absolute immunity, which was basically a blank check to do whatever, and they did. They did for 10 days. They terrorized the state like we have probably never seen. So I can just tell you that the people of Minnesota demand accountability. And this is a moment in time to demand that. Because if you just plug another sycophant into that job, they're going to do the same thing.
Sounds like a lot of his rhetoric is similar. We will certainly see. But it sounds also like you are going to keep at this, which does not surprise me at all. Governor Tim Walz, thank you so much for being here with me tonight.
Thanks, Jen.
Yeah, that's cool. Thanks, Jen. Yeah, that's a good interview.
And President Trump says he must play a role in picking the next leader of Iran as questions grow over the future of the country. The president dismissing the Ayatollah's son as an option and telling Axios that Khomeini's...
As questions grow as to the future of the country. Jesus Christ. Fuck your wording.
Son is a lightweight. I have to be involved in the appointment, like with Delcy Rodriguez in Venezuela. Khomeini's son is unacceptable to me. We want someone that will bring harmony and peace to Iran. And Pastor David Nasser joins me now. He fled the country in 1979. You are here with us and can give us some context as to what you are hearing about the feeling either in your own community and then back in Tehran or across Iran, because it's been very hard to get information out of there.
Yeah, good morning, Dana. I think the overwhelming sentiment from the Iranian people, both outside of America and outside of Iran and in Iran, is gratitude towards true allies.
Sure, dude.
Coming in to help
Look at the
them.
Chiron.
When it comes to, for example, President Trump saying that he wants to have a seat at the table in picking the next leader of Iran, I think, number one, the Iranian people would say he has earned that right. America has earned the right to be able to speak into this. They want the help, and frankly, it's needed. And so Iranians are filled with gratitude that this is their war to fight. This is their revolution to overthrow, their liberation in the trenches to be, to do in the long run. But man, they needed help to get this thing going, and America stepped in the gap to help us do so.
What is
the president yesterday at the White House talked about the IRGC needing to lay down its arms. Watch.
Once again, calling on all members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the military, and the police to lay down their arms. They're only going to be killed.
Huh?
And now is the time to stand up for the Iranian people and help.
Oh, he said this yesterday. Yeah, I heard this.
We also urge Iranian diplomats around the world to request asylum and to help us shape a new and better Iran with great potential. It's a country with great potential.
The other thing the president said today on True Social is that he expects an unconditional surrender. Nothing short of that is acceptable. So in your part of it is like your awareness of your community is, of course, a little bit colored by the fact that you were able to be here since 1979.
Right.
And so when you think about what the people of Iran want in a leader.
Yeah, let's listen to the diaspora of Iran that's not telling you the truth.
There
just
is there some
just like the diaspora of fucking Cuba, like Marco motherfucking Rubio and his ilk. Okay, yeah, they're not telling the truth either about Cuba.
Buddy that comes to mind, or a group of people that comes to mind that could actually take on this leadership role?
Yeah, it's a great question, Dana. I think it's ultimately too early to tell, but I will tell you that the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi is certainly someone who has shown interest and has been very vocal about wanting to be a part of a transition team to help bring Iran into a democracy. He was, of course, his family was, of course, a part of Iran's leadership when his father was the king, when it was a monarchy, and now it's a theocracy. But he doesn't want to take it back to a monarchy. He wants to liberate the people of Iran and make Iran's future be a democracy. And what that means is he can be a part of the rebuilding, but ultimately it will be up to the people of Iran to elect who they want. And I can tell you, there are a lot of amazing options. I think the future leader of Iran might be Pahlavi. It might be a man who's sitting in a prison cell right now, persecuted for being a freedom fighter in Iran. It might be a Nobel Peace Prize woman in Iran, or advocate who's maybe an exile. And so there's going to be an incredible amount of options. And I think those things will be answered in the future. But whoever it is, they have to lock arms with the rest of the world. Because of a better Iran means a better world.
Yeah.
And certainly America will play a vital role in this.
One last question, just thinking ahead for yourself, like when things settle down, would you ever consider returning and being a part of that new leadership?
Yeah, Dana, I got to tell you, on a personal account, I haven't slept for about 3-4 days since this great news came. For us, this is both scary for our
great
family
news
back home, but
what? The fact that you are in America sitting on your laurels as your countrymen are getting bombed by us, and you're cheering it on because you think that it's going to save your fucking it. What the fuck? The delusion.
Yet exhilarating. We've been asking God for this for so many years. I'm a pastor.
This is disgusting, actually. They've been asking God to bomb children.
Here in Tennessee, and for us, this isn't so much about a revolution being overthrown or democracy. We want all of that. This is about the potential of possibly Iran thriving, and honestly, even a revival in Iran. Right now, what people are maybe not aware of so often is that Iran, Dana, is the location where the fastest growing church on the planet is, the underground church in Iran. And we're hearing great.
No, this is fucked up, dude. Okay, as much as I don't like the Ayatollah and the fucking extreme Sharia law or whatever they fucking have there, I like this guy even less. Okay, this sounds like Christian colonialism in fucking Iran to me. Like, I don't like this.
Great news about millions of people that are ready to just step into this moment and be a part of the solution of the rebuilding. And I think the church is going to play a vital role.
Oh. So you want a theocracy then? Interesting. Yeah, I think that this guy's saying, I really think standing far in America, I think Iran, future could be a theocracy. What do you call it? The underground church?
Step into this so often is that Iran, Dana, is the location where the fastest growing church on the planet is, the underground church in Iran.
Okay. Thank you.
And we're hearing great news about millions of people that are ready to just step into this moment and be a part of the solution of the rebuilding. And I think the church is going to play a vital role in it.
David Nasser, thank you for being our guest this morning. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Hey, goodbye. Okay, this is some more bullshit for you.
Iranian Americans across the world are celebrating the downfall of the supreme leader and the
wow.
chance for freedom thanks to Operation Epic Fury. Iranian American actor and producer Sam Asghari was born in Tehran and lived under the brutality of the Iranian regime for 12 years before his family left to pursue a better life here in America. He has since become a staunch advocate for a free Iran and says this past week has made him prouder than ever to be an American. And he joins us now. Sam, thanks for coming on. Can you hear me, Sam?
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, my
Tell
God.
us your story, your life there in Iran, and what brought you to America.
What brought me to America was the great opportunity that we have here, coming from such a country such as Iran, which is oppressed, and with running such a government such as totalitarian regime that's overseeing that government for 47 years. It was a golden opportunity for someone like me.
Push the wrong button,
Not
folks.
only me, but many Iranians have the dream to come to America. And coming to America was just this golden opportunity for me. And it was just such unreal position to be in, to be able to come here and to be able to have the opportunity to do whatever we want with our lives, because we cannot do that for where we're from.
How old were you, Sam, when you moved to America?
I was 12 years old.
12. Wow. So, I mean, you became an actor, a producer. You married Britney Spears. Y'all were married for a little more than a year. All of this, all this success happened here in this country. When you talk to your friends who...
That's this guy? Oh, he's weird as fuck. No, I'm good. Okay, I'm good. Yeah, I mean, Britney ain't great either, but I'm good. Yeah, goodbye, sir. You're a weirdo, man. I don't even want you on my screen.
Here is the anti-war Tim Pool talking about...
More anti-war than Emma Vigeland.
Oh, is that what he said?
Yes, because I thought that we should support Ukraine. I still we can talk about the limits of that, but I was supportive of backing up Ukraine against their being illegally invaded by Russia, and then I brought up Israel, and he said, I don't know enough about that. Yeah.
Yes, I don't know enough about Israel,
That's a tough
which
question.
has been, in the news for the past 30 years.
And was the top recipient of our military aid, I pointed out. So he had a lot of opinions about giving a lot of money to Ukraine, but not the top recipient of our military aid. And now he's been reportedly meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu. So.
Well, that's the way I learned to find out about Israel.
He's doing his own research.
Under Chatham House rules.
Chatham House rules. I knew what Chatham House rules was. I didn't know what Israel was. But here he is, still trying to maintain his anti-war bona fides. But sometimes a war just gets has such a magnetism that it's hard to stay away.
Iran's military strategy is we will carpet bomb. I mean, they don't really have the capabilities, but we will drone strike and bomb civilians and make the cost so extreme that you might reconsider your actions. Well, this is why Donald Trump said I'm going to flatten them. And to be completely honest, I just really respect the masculinity of it all.
Oh, my God.
I really...
Well, there's another line to this, but if you want to respond to that part first.
Is it masculine to bomb 165 girls at a school and kill them?
I guess so.
I guess in the right wing's mind, being violent towards women is masculinity, so it's quite consistent.
It's masculine to flatten them. I mean, one has to wonder what his issue with war is. Like, I mean, let's just go through just a list of possible issues that one could have with war. It's immoral. But
no, I don't think that applies to him.
Well, I mean, it's unclear. Maybe it's overcome by the masculinity. If it's really masculine, your immorality is wrong. But it kills innocent civilians. I mean, he's attracted to he likes how masculine flattening it is. It's expensive. I mean, to flatten, if you're going to spend that much more on bombs, it seems also masculine. What's also sort of fascinating is to kill from afar just with bombs is masculine to him. As opposed to what? Like, there's really only like two ways that you wage war. It's either from afar by lobbing weapons or up close, where you actually are on the ground and have to see what you're doing.
Wait for the whites of their eyes, sort of thing. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just curious as to what his problem could be with war. If he finds that maybe he has a problem with masculinity, and he finds it. Go back.
Or the other one could be costly, right? If he wants to say the cost of it. But we know that we're spending what, $1 to $2 billion a day on this.
$1 to $2 billion.
It's very masculine.
Yeah.
We will carpet bomb. I mean, they don't really have the capabilities, but we will drone strike and bomb civilians and make the cost so
He's so hard.
That you might
He's so hard.
Actions. Well, this is why Donald
He's such
Trump
a punk.
flatten him. And to be completely honest, I just really respect
with his fucking hat.
The masculinity of it all.
We respect it.
I do. I really do. Guys, again, I got to go to Star Trek because it's the best show ever made. And, well, not anymore, but I posted this earlier. And, it's funny, I think I posted it before the war started. Wow. Ignore all the sci-fi stuff, guys. Calm down. It's so silly. People are like, it's sci-fi. I don't like it. Like, take it for its elements. An enemy two enemy warships approach. Let's just go U.S. battleship, and they say, surrender, stand down, and you are now prisoners of war. And the captain refuses and says, I would sooner die. They say, think about the men and women of your ship. And he says, they would all be willing to die for the right cause. And then he says, the question is, are you willing to die? And the enemy captain says, I expected more from you than idle threats. To which the captain of the U.S. ship says, then you shall have it. And then three allied ships approach, surrounding all of them.
All right, pause it for 1 second. Wait a second.
What is he saying? What?
I watched a lot of Star Trek
as
a kid.
Because
there wasn't many shows. And Star Trek, I think the original was only on for like a couple seasons max, but they kept replaying them over and over again. What is he talking about?
Exactly.
Did he abandon the Star Trek thing and now it's...
Yeah, he's like, forget about it.
He's trying to repurpose a Star Trek plot. And
Right.
He's replacing like whatever.
What's
Klingons
interesting
with
is that
US.
part about like, stand down, surrender,
so bad.
so you don't all die. The U.S. doesn't do that. We actually kill everybody.
No, we don't do that. We
even
just,
if they, completely contrary to any rules of war.
Yeah.
If they survive, we kill them. But all right,
was it in the Next Generation when they bombed a school and they were like, "Oh, oops, I thought that wasn't a different thing besides a school for
It's
young
also
people."
like the number one thing I know about that original Star Trek series, which I haven't seen, is that it's the first gosh, why can't I say the word? Interracial kiss on television.
Oh, yeah.
It
was progressive.
Oh yeah, it always was, and it was woke, and
Enemy commander upset.
And Star Trek. No money. Communism, boys. Space communism.
Now realizing he is outgunned, says, "You will not survive our assault," to which the captain says, "And you will not survive ours. Shall we die together?" It's just brilliant writing. And I know a lot of people are going to be like, yeah, okay, but listen, understand, I love the masculinity of it all. With all due respect to my anti-interventionist and libertarian friends who are concerned about this war and think it's the wrong thing,
you're not masculine.
Fret not. I would have advised
No,
against
he's
this
so far
as well
from
as
masculine.
Venezuela. I would have said, I fear instability, and I don't
Take your
believe
hat
that
off, Tim.
escalating these wars is going to be the right move, but I don't at the same time have access to classified information.
Pause it for 1 second.
believe-
Okay, so wait a second. So he's
What?
no longer anti-war. He's just worried that like the instability
Yep.
or what, but he has to admit he doesn't have inside classified information
Nope.
that might suggest
That the daddies have.
Yeah, that
The
okay,
Russians.
The thing
The Russian
is,
money.
It's nice because Tim
He's
Pool
not talked to any of those
dances
Russian guys.
around what
Recently.
he supports so often. He really seemed adamant when he said to you that he was more anti-war than you,
Uh-huh.
which I guess means that like.
Yeah.
He's more masculine than me.
Correct.
Oh, wait, no. Actually, it would be the reverse in that
Yeah.
instance, I guess. If I was the more pro-war person, it's very convoluted.
But I'll just note for folks,
Yeah.
because he is talking to these unmasculine libertarians, which I agree about that. But the clip here is titled "The War Iran Just Got Worse," which I mean isn't grammatically correct.
Yeah.
But it's for that anti-war audience, and most of the commenters are those types of folks. And the actual content of this video is supportive of the war.
The reality is that like when you look also at support for Israel, the two greatest indicators are if you are a Republican or if you are somebody who's over the age of 55 or 60 years old. Like even young conservatives that are watching Tim Pool aren't necessarily drawn and going rah 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 war with Iran. So he has to to grab them with that title, but then say things that are actually quite convenient to his new friend Benjamin Netanyahu. And by the way, what his son is a mega fan who's in some Miami high rise instead of conscripting in the IDF. His son,
military age son,
big fan of Tim Pool, so he's auditioning for that.
Do you really think that Tim would temper his anti-war sentiment just because of friendship?
No, I would say just because of money.
What?
Yeah. I mean, like the context of but the previous war commentary was about the war in Ukraine, being against that war. That's interesting. When he was anti-war, when he was getting money from tenant media, that was a cutout for the Russian government. Well, he was really, really against that war.
Emma, he had.
Dude, like I said, he hasn't talked to the Russians in a while. I know. Sure, right? Yeah, right.
No
idea. But now that
Mr.
this is
Edward Gregorian.
Now that
didn't even sound
What the
right.
hell?
Now that his potential new benefactors, I don't know this for a fact, but we do know that meeting happened, are in favor of this war. Suddenly, he's impressed by the masculinity.
Hold on for a second.
Yeah.
You seem to be leaping to conclusions. Okay.
Yes,
we know
Emma, stop.
It's been reported.
It's been reported.
There's like the Israelis have been giving up to
$7,000
at least,
and not paying the bills
per post,
and not paying the bills
for influencers like Tim Pool, for instance. And we know that
$7,000 per post.
But it's Chatham House rules; you can't talk about it. We know that Tim was feeling pressed for money.
Yeah.
It's expensive. He spends a lot of
He was
money
losing.
on
He almost.
security.
He was talking about
And the
shutting
skate park
down.
renovations. It's gonna be really hard to
But
sell that property.
let's listen,
He's
because
been-
this sounds like it could be principled.
You know, he said last year he's going to have to stop streaming. He couldn't do it anymore. Couldn't afford the bills.
Okay.
He says to his libertarian anti-interventionist friends that you need to appreciate the masculinity of this war to really get like past
So
wars have
masculine.
been so feminine or woke as the administration has been saying.
Of our assault, to which the captain says, "And you will not survive ours. Shall we die together?" It's just brilliant writing. And I know a lot of people are going to be like, yeah, I don't care. But listen, understand, I love the masculinity of it all.
That didn't
With all
happen.
due respect to my anti-interventionist and libertarian friends who are concerned about this war and think it's the wrong
It
thing.
didn't happen.
Fret not. I would
Fret
have advised
not.
against this, as well as Venezuela. I would have said, I fear instability, and I don't believe that escalating these wars is going to be the right move, but I don't, at the same time, have access to classified information. And I believe...
Which I trust.
There comes a time when
sure.
you're between a rock and a hard place. And
here
the
we
reason
go.
why I say I love the masculinity of it all. Iran has threatened us, attacked civilians, and gotten to the point where eventually you get a person like Trump saying, crush them. And Iran says to us, we will make you regret it when we attack civilians and threaten your oil supply. And Trump's response is, I'm going to kill you first. I'm sorry. You know, it's funny. I made a tweet and I was like,
Okay, can you
people are
pause it?
stupid. I'm sorry. People are stupid.
No, you are. Does he not realize that that headline is in response to the bombing that the Israelis and the Americans engaged in first? He has the sequencing completely.
Yeah, who's carpet bombing and who's killing civilians?
Yeah, I mean, he's made up that civilian part. And then I guess he's bringing this up to say that this justifies further action by the United States. The Strait of Hormuz closure was in response to American bombs.
Fascinated by his anti-war stance.
Yeah.
He doesn't like war unless one of
Yes.
the parties gets really aggressive in the war.
Right. Then he
The thing
likes
that
it.
we like war is like it's too much back and forth.
Yeah, don't help them up when they fall down.
There needs
too consensual,
One party needs
It's too much,
to
yes. It's-
slaughter
yeah,
the
it
other.
has to be.
Now,
Yeah.
he's concerned about civilian casualties.
Oh, for sure.
When we look at civilian casualties in this war, who has killed more civilians? That is not the issue. It's just like Iran killing civilians, apparently. He should really look into how many civilians the U.S. and Israel have killed. He might find that very disturbing.
Can we just unpack for
Or
1 second,
supermasculine.
or super masculine, the repeated claims about this being a display of masculinity? So, you know, you bring up the fact that this is lobbing bombs and dropping bombs from the air on schools with little girls in them. That is cowardice. That is definitionally cowardice. And like when we think about a masculine ideal, it's about, you know, putting yourself on the line and standing up for the vulnerable. When the right looks at the masculine ideal, they see it as a non-consensual violent act, and that is what masculinity means to them. If Trump is acting as a masculine man, being as violent as possible without permission and without being, you know, being unbridled by things like international law, you have to question what their version of masculinity actually entails. Because I don't think it's too much of a stretch to say that it sounds like what a rapist would describe as masculinity. And I'm not saying Tim is that, I'm not accusing Tim of that, but I'm saying that that is the kind of construct that allows for
He's right.
abuse,
Oh,
and
she's
that's
right.
what patriarchy is about.
Tim and Steven Crowder have both defined masculinity based on this issue as, look, I'm against anti-war when you ask me about it, because obviously no one's for wars. But if the daddies come in with their intelligence and their classified information, what am I? Who am I? Who am I to question those guys when they say we have the information that means we need to go start killing? Subservient.
I think that's unfair on some level. He seems to really have a problem with wars that are super feminine. That's the issue.
The feminine wars,
Yeah.
Feminine wars.
Right. Oh shoot, I had this one point.
Here's another point while you're thinking about it.
Okay.
What you are seeing is actually a display of estrogen.
What did you just say though, Matt? It had me thinking. I'm forgetting right now. I hate
about the subservience of deferring
comes in.
Subservience of deferring to the intelligence community.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
We're supposed to be citizens in a republic.
Let's
you can't
play this
say
a little
like,
more.
Okay.
I want to hear this.
Yeah.
This is him like realizing like, how am I going to walk this tightrope between my past protestations that I am a libertarian, against war, anti-war. I'm more anti-war, but yet I am for war. In only the circumstances when we wage the war.
Said, is there literally one reason why we shouldn't take over Iran or Canada for that matter, or Mexico?
What?
Pure sarcasm, because I am an intervention skeptic. I lean away from it. I would advise against it, but I am not this staunch, never. I understand war happens. And sometimes a guy is holding a hostage with a gun to their head, and people would say,
24.
don't get involved. And I'm like, look, man.
What?
I don't know if it's always that easy. I have to be honest. It's a trolley problem thing where I'm like,
oh my God.
What? He pulls out the trolley problem?
What is in this, in his way, he's gone from he's an interventionist skeptic.
He leans away.
A year ago, he was anti-war. Now he's an interventionist skeptic. But when somebody's holding a gun to your head, what was the gun and whose head?
Need I remind you of Beirut in 1982?
Exactly.
Okay, so I did.
When Iran surrogates.
Yes.
Oh, I love this.
I did remember now what I was talking about here. This connects with his and overlapping audience with the incels and with the manosphere and with Andrew Tate. Their definition of masculinity isn't honor. It isn't like taking care of your family, even as they preach traditional family values.
That's crazy.
It is about like violent dominance. And I am the only, I'll speak to my male colleagues here. I really do think it does a disservice to men. It leads young men down a really dangerous
I agree.
rabbit
I'm hopefully
hole,
catching some of those
also just like
in my
a
chat
complete
sometimes. If there's
bastardization of what ideal masculinity and what masculinity should be, and it's there.
I agree.
It's perverted. One, to be like a pyramid scheme of sex trafficking or whatever and abuse, like the Andrew Tate manosphere people.
Yep.
But for the political context of it and why those two things intertwine, is this presentation of masculinity is inherent to like any fascist movement. You saw it with the Nazis, you saw it across Europe, where it's this equation of violence, fascistic violence, with weaponized masculinity, and that's what Tim Pool is doing. And
Yeah.
with little caveats to act like
She's
he's a
so good at
fence-sitter,
calling this out.
But
I
he's
appreciate
selling
her so much.
fascism to his audience.
Yep. She's
We
right.
shouldn't get involved. Let me put it like this. A trolley is heading to run over 5 people.
Oh, my God.
And there's a lever that can be pulled
Oh,
that's going to
no,
divert
help
it to
me.
one other person. And there's a
Stop me
bunch
with
of
the trolley problem.
The trolley problem is
Hold on, wait a second. He's not making
He's cooking. Let him cook.
utilitarian argument.
Yeah,
is
let
he?
him cook. Let him cook.
Wait a second.
Tim, do you understand that that's often the villains in films?
Wait a second. He's not saying harm reduction here, is he? Wait a second.
It's like, we shouldn't get involved. Let me put it like this. A trolley is heading to run over 5 people.
Okay.
And there's a lever that can be pulled that's going to divert it to one other person. And there's a bunch of angry people standing around screaming at each other, threatening war. This is the point where I'm like, guys, let's not walk up in there and pull that lever. Let's not do it. At a certain point, however.
Wait.
What is he saying? What
did he say?
Let's not pull the lever.
I realized that he was literally about to say he is a utilitarian.
Yep.
He is Thanos. And as he's saying it,
Yes.
he realizes, wait, I can't say this. And he abandoned.
I'm deontological.
I'm a deontological.
There's a third option where I just don't pull the lever and walk away from the trolley.
This is where I abandoned the trolley predicament and just move into a different predicament.
Pull my beanie down over my face.
Exactly.
I walk away.
Wait, what?
This is his version of the weave.
The trolley's happening, and then there's people arguing about don't go to war, and so I walk away. We don't. Wait, what?
What?
How has no one on his team intervened and said, like, perhaps outline your arguments before getting on air?
He's let a lot of the people on his team go.
Wow.
They've been having financial difficulties. So, they're cutting back quite a bit. He was desperate the other day to sort of say, it was funny. He put up I think he put up a survey or something, a poll. Should I do in person or do Zoom calls for his podcast? And when I saw it, it was like 50% said no, keep doing in person and less doing Zoom. And I think he was trying to like
not fly people out, but make it seem like a democratic option.
100%. But okay, wait. So let's. I want to hear the resolution of his trolley dilemma.
We're never gonna.
His dilemma is the way he solves the dilemma is. I walked away. The dilemma doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, it's gone.
That was just a hypothetical.
I walked away from it. La la. I know.
I really admire your capacity to be endlessly entertained by this.
I find his squirming fascinating.
He is so fucking hilarious.
Nobody has had the guts when they are faced with the trolley dilemma to just say,
whatever.
I'm going down this road, and then as soon as you get to where you've got to pull the lever, you say, I don't do hypotheticals.
This is the point where I'm like, guys, let's not walk up in there and pull that lever. Let's not do it.
All right.
At a certain point, however, you are looking at whether it's going to actually start. Let me put it like this.
Okay, let me change the whole thing.
Let's try another. Let's try Star Trek. Let's try the trolley problem.
Let me do another hypothetical. Let's say you have a hypothetical that you don't want to engage in, but what do?
What the hypothetical?
This is what I call the trap door hypothetical, where I just disappear. I hit the trap door and I disappear.
Those people standing around the trolley are beating up our people and threatening them, and we're like, at some point, perhaps the wait becomes, you do have to get involved. I am not suggesting this was appropriate.
You kind of.
I'm saying sometimes it can be. So,
what?
Suggesting that it can
but sometimes it can.
I think most Americans
be appropriate.
We don't want this to happen. We don't want an escalation of war.
Because this is just amazing. And you know what I really appreciate? Just as somebody who does this professionally.
Yes.
He is like walking through a field of landmines. And he realizes it, and he's stuck out just to double up on the analogies. He's walking through a landmine field on serious peninsulas with alligators and water around, and his capacity to keep talking and not take a moment and say, wait, I've lost track here. He just
keeps
blows
digging
through
his hole
with so little regard for his audience. Yeah. He just must know
they're hogs.
They are idiots, and
Yes.
they won't.
They're
that's
hogs.
what he must think.
No odds of term.
I know we haven't looked at the comments.
Oh my
but
God.
to say, I'm not saying this is appropriate, but sometimes it's appropriate. It's mind-boggling. Listen to this sentence.
He's impaled on a fence.
It is incredible.
I love the update to the trolley problem, which imagine a mob of Muslims outside beating the trolley.
At a certain point, those people standing around the trolley are beating up our people and threatening them, and we're like, at some point, perhaps the wait becomes, you do have to get involved. I am not suggesting this was appropriate. I'm saying sometimes it can be.
What?
So again, I take the somewhat skeptic approach to this. I think most Americans do. We don't want this to happen. We don't want an escalation of war. But I think it's silly to be 100% opposed or 100% against. I do think it's fair to be lightly favorable with arguments, or
what?
I think it's fair if you're like, no, I'm for it, and here's why I understand. And I think it's fine if you said, I oppose this, but I understand. I think any reasonable person is going to recognize it's not always easy.
That
is so masculine.
That is so masculine of him.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's so masculine.
Like indecision.
My God.
I'm lightly favorable of this.
This is honestly like, okay, I'm trying to come up with an explanation why he would go out and do this. Like, what would it cost him to maintain the consistency of being anti-war in this instance? Because I don't know. I don't know. Let's look in the comments. Do you think his audience is this pro-war?
They're a little bit split. Like, I hate the new titles. They are clickbait rather than actually saying the
Yeah.
topic. So that's the top one, which is absolutely true. Some people saying it's not that big of a deal. All our enemies have sleeper cells in the country. It's slapping a noisy chain. So a lot of his folks have.
Because I don't buy the audience capture thing. I think it seems to me that there has to be a reason why he's walking this line of like, I sort of am somewhat in favor of this, but I also think it's okay if you're not in favor of this. It's hard to figure out. I don't know.
Yeah, what is it?
Want some more? There's still more of this clip.
I feel like this is unfair to Emma.
I mean, we might...
Or really anybody else. I'm
Yeah.
the only one who just finds this absolutely fascinating.
No, I'm laughing.
I found it fascinating for the first 20 minutes.
So if we're done, here, let's just peg this on. This is the Thanos clip that people are remembering with Tim Pool wading into utilitarian grounds.
Is better, and that I am willing to.
I will tell you something you won't like to hear, though.
I'm willing to sully myself if that's the outcome.
But I'll tell you
my
something you're
God.
not going to want to hear, and I admit it's I'll call it dickish. Utilitarianism is typically the villain in most movies.
I don't care.
I don't care. Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't care.
Annoyed at that point.
Oh, I don't
said
care.
Yes to that
I don't
interview.
care.
I was just like, oh God, this guy.
I don't care.
Yeah, how long was that into that one thing?
It was
my God.
it was a ways into it. Like we were arguing about polling, and he didn't believe any polls. And I said, "This is from Fox News," and he's like, "Well, I hadn't seen the crosstabs."
In most films, utilitarian is the villain. So
yeah.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours.
Uncle Sam, boys, girls, MBs. There we go. Well, that got me laughing at least. That's funny. They're out. I love how they have fun with bad news. All right, hip news going on. We got so much to play today.
Polling
What am
for
I doing?
the Iran war is historically low. During Vietnam, 29% of the American public supported that. Now some polls say 23, some polls say 27. It's abysmally low.
About the
But
same.
when you get over to the Republican Party, don't believe the hype of a few influencers, a few Republican influencers, MAGA loyalists that are beating the drum that this is wrong and this isn't America first, because every single poll shows that MAGA voters support this to the tune of 80+%. And so why do they continue to support this man? Number one, they're in a cult. Number two, these are people that are so stupid, they don't have the intellect to even know they're stupid. It's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. Furthermore, another point I'd like to make is the majority of Trump's base are religious addicts. These people are addicted to religion the same way that people are addicted to meth. And the outcome appears to be similar. Pop up this video. This is what's going on right now while the United States is killing Iranian civilians and committing war crimes. Look at this shit show.
Of our president. We pray for your continued blessing and favor to rest upon him. We pray for wisdom from heaven.
You.
Flood his heart, his mind, and Lord, you will guide him in these challenging times that we're.
This is so obnoxious. This is so unbelievable. This shit is the shit that I had to grow up around in Oklahoma City. This is the shit that people do performatively, and then in their private lives, they're terrible people.
And they're
And
fucking
this is
molesting
exactly
your
what is
children.
now ascended to the White House, a permission structure that provides for forgiveness with zero accountability.
Yep. And then they're molesting
all
your
of
children.
These white Christian nationalists surrounded surrounding him have the arrogance and the audacity to tell Muslim people that they're too religious or that their religion is freaky. You know what? The way I've looked at it lately, it seems to me that people that have been killing the most people in the world lately are Christians and the government of Israel. That's what it seems like to me. It seems like when the United States and Israel combine together, it is just mass killings, mass war crimes. And then they have the audacity to lecture the Muslim world.
Yeah.
Well, it's it's the exact same. I mean, Mike Johnson got up and said, well, it's their religion and it's your religion. You're doing this because of your religion, their religious zealots. Look at the White House. Like that crazy town USA. And I agree. It is no accountability, but it's also from somebody who grew up in this. You're inundated, don't think, and you do not think that other people's problems and lives are as valuable as you do. So that entire group of people, they don't value children from other countries, brown children, black children. They value their children, and that's it. And that lack of empathy, it permeates the most religious people I know.
Well, and it's even more sinister than that. They think they're fighting a holy war. They think that they are setting up the planet and the geography and who's positioned in it for the end of times. These are rapture preppers. They think, I mean, the ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, is a lunatic. The Speaker of the House is a lunatic. The only reason Trump is letting them all in right now to do all of that, he's not religious, is because it's called Christian signaling. There are a lot of people that sit around and freebase Fox News, and when they see that, then they go, oh, it's God's will. All these good, white, crusty, cracker-ass Christians are in there laying a hand on our imperfect vessel, and that is signaling to these non-critical thinkers that, yeah, we're fighting a holy war, and God has anointed this. And so it's this crazy apocalyptic lunacy that they accuse everybody else in the world of doing, and they're the biggest offenders of it. But this is so stunning to me. I'm about to read something to you all. So one of the things that happened in the United States when Trump was elected is all of the oligarchs went to kiss the ring. And Trump 1.0, they didn't. There was a resistance. Corporations resisted as well. Trump 2.0, we knew that it was going to open up the floodgates to autonomy, to autocracy, because they all went and kissed the ring. And this is very common in authoritarian takeovers. And so when industry titans do not stand up for their consumers, and then the American public doesn't stand up for their rights, you see this obeying in advance. And then you see the Democratic leadership, lots of them that obey in advance, that vote with Trump, allow DHS funding, allow him the funds to be this lawless. And there's a billionaire from the United Arab Emirates that has more courage than Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries could ever conjure up. He has more courage than any American oligarch and billionaire could ever conjure up. He gets onto Twitter and he posts the following to Donald Trump. The tweet goes, prominent UAE billionaire Khalaf Ahmad Al Habtoor just published an open letter to Trump, and it's brutal. Who gave you the authority to drag our region into a war with Iran? Who gave you permission to turn our region into a battlefield? Al Habtoor's a major figure, billionaire, former diplomat, outspoken political voice in the Gulf. When he talks, UAE leadership's listening. His questions for Trump: was this your decision or Netanyahu's pressure? Did you calculate collateral damage before firing? You placed GCC countries at the heart of danger they didn't choose. Your Board of Peace initiatives were funded by Gulf states. Now we're getting attacked. Where did that money go? You promised no wars. You've conducted operations in 7 countries: Somalia, Iraq, Yemen, Nigeria, Syria, Iran, Venezuela. 658 airstrikes in your first year back equals Biden's entire term, which you criticized. War cost 40 to 65 billions for operations, possibly a $210 billion total. Your approval ratings down by 9% in 400 days. Americans were promised peace. They're getting war funded by their taxes. And here's the sharpest line. Before the ink has dried on your Board of Peace initiative, we find ourselves facing military escalation that endangers the entire region. Where did those initiatives go? Al Habtour's not some random critic. He's establishment, connected. When UAE elites start publicly questioning Trump's decision-making, that's America's closest Arab allies saying, we didn't sign up for this. The letter ends, true leadership is not measured by war decisions, but by wisdom, respect for others, and pushing toward achieving peace. Those line item bullet questions that he asked, I have not heard Chuck Schumer or Hakeem Jeffries ask. Now, listen, I don't expect MAGA politicians to ask those questions because they blindly follow whatever Trump does. 3 months ago, they were anti-wars in the Middle East. Now they're 80% approval rating for this because they're fighting some holy war while they criticize everybody else's religion. But that, to me, shows his leadership there as an industry titan in the UAE. And I don't know what he's like personally, but the critical thinking and the thought provoking and the accountability, we haven't seen one American billionaire publicly ask Trump questions like this. I haven't seen one Democratic person in leadership positions. I've seen others, but not in leadership positions, ask Trump questions like this. And now this whole thing is spiraling out of control. It is a powder keg. Iran has been planning for this war for over 20 years. They are prepared. Their defense is not centralized. It is decentralized. And you want to know why these other countries are getting attacked? Because that's where American military bases are. MAGA and Republicans and Fox News are the people that wet the bed for years on end about Benghazi, about the Afghanistan withdrawal. Both of those pale in comparison to what we're seeing right now. He did this war so quickly, I'm sure at the behest of Benjamin Netanyahu, and good on this guy for asking him this. Was it Israeli pressure? Well, of course it was. Of course it was. The only question I would say to the Emirati billionaire is, does Benjamin Netanyahu have compromising information on you via the Epstein files? Because he did this so hastily that there are so many Americans
How about that?
stuck abroad. And they can't get out. Of course, he sent some PJ to pick up some
dipshit
MAGA influencers. But that kind of critical thinking, questioning is so important. And it is so absent
What's up, chat?
from American leadership right now. And I'm talking about leadership in politics and leadership in industry. That somebody from the United Arab Emirates puts that out. And all I can think about is, why hasn't this been asked on American TV airwaves, YouTube airwaves over and over and over again? Why aren't Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries saying these same things and holding press conferences? And I'll tell you why. They're bought by AIPAC, and our Congress is bought by AIPAC, and they're muzzled. They're completely muzzled, and they cannot speak with conviction, because when you take money like that, it breaks you. When you take money to fund a regime, the Israeli regime that commits a genocide, it breaks you. And you know what they're doing now, Israel? They're kicking people out of Lebanon, telling them to move because they're about to start carpet bombing it. Benjamin Netanyahu is a
my brothers and
diabolical,
sisters.
insane maniac. And we're told in the United States, if we criticize Israel, we're anti-Semitic. And it is so stupid. It's like, do you think that we're really that stupid? Why do you think you get to operate with impunity to commit war crimes. With all of these people in rural America and suburban America that work their fucking asses off, and all of their money is going to fund all of this killing. It's utter insanity.
I thought that was a really good statement. And I think that when you look at Trump, the last sentence in this guy's post was about leadership and respect and achieving peace. Trump is interested in none of that. He wants fake prizes for peace. He wants to take money. I mean, he's taken so much money individually, like personally, from these Arab countries. I would think the drumbeat would get louder, but to your point about what's going on in Lebanon and how this is just going to snowball, you have what used to be our allies in NATO that are like, hands off this whole thing. Like, this is a shit show. We want very little part of it. And I just think that should tell you something, Americans. If NATO is like, but Israel and all of these other groups that have zero respect for human life, if they're all in, that should tell you something, but I fear that it doesn't.
Well, to be fair to the American people, 20-something% support this war. And the majority of those are MAGA thumpers, MAGA cultists. That's the cult of personality. What irritates me here, so I get the cult going along with it. Public sentiment is far from this. And public sentiment is how all of these oligarchs thrive, live, have money, have yachts, have PJs, have the ability to make some bullshit trophy to march it into the Oval Office. And this is what just gets me about, I guess, what the United States has created is the erosion of conviction. There are so many people that have so much power and the ability to make a difference, the ability to stand in front of the cameras and say, absolutely, I oppose this with everything in me. This is wrong. Donald Trump is a war criminal. Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal, but you just don't hear it because these people are broken. They got broken when they started taking money from AIPAC, and it's just devastating that our government is so muzzled, bipartisan muzzling for this country that wants to go out and commit war crimes, that sees Arabs as less than them, that sees Arabs as less than human. And what's so devastating about the whole thing is this isn't just a Benjamin Netanyahu problem. I looked into polling with the Israeli citizenry at large, and they support this stuff. They support it. And I can't understand that type of blind loyalty. I do not support what my country is doing. I do not support my president. I don't support indiscriminate killing. I don't believe in crazy-eyed religious shit that some group of people are better than other group of people. And you have that on both ends. You have that with the hardcore Zionists. You have it with these hardcore rapture preppers. And it's just this Iron Age magical thinking that is guiding death and destruction. And then Pete Hegseth will always need to remember the person that runs all of these areas of government is not the person that's the secretary in charge of it. It's Stephen Miller. And here goes Hegseth on camera saying every bit that. Play the clip.
Stephen Miller, thank you for your support, your leadership, your clarity, understanding why this matters to each American citizen, and why the War Department is central to ensuring that it happens. It doesn't happen without President Trump, and it doesn't happen without your clarity and your leadership.
Wow.
That's what he said to Stephen Miller. Doesn't happen without your clarity and your leadership. Stephen Miller runs all of these departments. Stephen Miller is a complete psychopath of the highest order. This man is right up there with some of the worst actors ever in history. Hitler, Joseph Goebbels, he is there, and he has those sorts of ambition. And his wife and all of the people around them, it is a death cult. These people are executing this. The thing that they accuse Muslims of, that's what they are. That's exactly what they are.
No, I completely agree. And Stephen Miller's clear vision. I mean, Stephen Miller has not been elected.
Clear vision.
This is somebody that couldn't get elected.
Be a Nazi.
He stands up and he quotes Nazi
to be
propaganda.
Joseph Goebbels.
Like, this is so unyieldingly terrible. He is such a terrible person. He is cruel. He is full of hate. He is angry. He's just enraged about everything. And to have this someone that is so vile and decayed, that's in charge of Homeland Security, he's in charge of DOJ, he's in charge of now the Department of Defense and bombing, because he doesn't value human life. He has no value. Nobody has value unless Stephen Miller says they have value. And he's absolutely clear on that, and he makes no bones about it.
And moving along, the media is starting to pick up to an extent what's going on here. So we have the UAE billionaire that asked, did Israel pressure you into this? We have reporting that Witkoff and Kushner have to call in to Benjamin Netanyahu every day, that Benjamin Netanyahu monitors and spies on them to make sure they're not talking to the Iranians behind his back. And it's so obvious that America has no business being in this war. We had a president that had a nuclear agreement with Iran. Trump ripped it up. I wonder who told him to do that. And then Benjamin Netanyahu, we have video after video after video of him talking about how he wants to bomb Iran. And Bloomberg, of all places, this is their headline. America second, Israel first. That's how obvious it's getting, you guys. It is so obvious. They don't get to play. The government of Israel does not get to play the you're an anti-Semite card anymore. The anti-Semites are in group chats being incubated at Turning Point and Republican organizations. Anti-Semitism is real, and it is something that has completely been hijacked and weaponized by these insane people like Benjamin Netanyahu. And if you think the shit that he says is bad, the people in his...
What is happening? My stream is lagging.
He says is bad, the people in his...
What is happening? My stream is lagging. Oh, no, we're good.
Cabinet, it shocks the conscience what these people say about Palestinians, about people from Lebanon, about people from Iran. You want to talk about not seeing people as humans? Stephen Miller, I've never heard say to the extent of some of the stuff that I've heard come out of the cabinet surrounding Benjamin Netanyahu. And they're using your money, listener, your hard-working money. Every time the government calls you lazy and says, we're going to have to cut Social Security, we're going to have to cut Medicare, we're going to have to cut Medicaid, we can't pay for this, how are we going to pay for it? Has anybody asked, how are we going to pay for this war in Iran? Has anyone asked besides the UAE billionaire? Is anybody asking that question? No, because Senator Slotkin, a Democrat from Michigan, is saying, well, we're in it. Yep. Looks like we need to fund it. Think Chuck Schumer is going to tell Benjamin Netanyahu no? We think Hakeem Jeffries is going to tell Benjamin Netanyahu no? And that's the big question. Why? Why? It's not that much money that they got in their campaigns. It's really, really stunning. It is stunning how weak the United States federal government is under this compromised, cooked brain, dementia pudding boy, Kanks. It's just, it's so devastating. And they're talking about putting boots on the ground and they're carpet bombing civilian places and taking out health infrastructure. It's just really some of the worst war crimes imaginable. And I will always, as an American citizen, speak out against war crimes that my country does. And I will equally speak out for the Iranians. People don't choose what country they're born into. And carpet bombing civilian areas, I'm out on all of it. It is just so depressing. It's so depressing how many industry titans have gone along with this. It's so depressing how much the American culture has been set up for these greedy, heartless sociopaths to exploit working people and then blame them for all of the country's problems. All right, that's all we have. Like, subscribe, comment. We'll be back later with more news.
Turning now to hypocrisy, something very near and dear to my heart these days, looking back a little bit on what did all these people say who are currently in power about war with Iran whenever they had a chance to make their pitch to the American people. So we've supercut a few of the people who are currently in power and some of the things that they said in the past compared to what you see on your screens today. So without much more, let's take a listen.
And I also know the cost on the American people. You know, the trillions of dollars that we've spent since 9/11 alone on waging these wasteful regime change wars, how those wars have undermined our national security and how they have strengthened terrorist groups like ISIS and Al-Qaeda. So when we talk about a potential war with Iran, which is looking like we are walking very dangerously down that path, what I think is important for the American people to know is that a war with Iran would make the war.
Yeah, that's
in
right,
Iraq
folks. I'm not afraid.
look like a cakewalk. The
This lady,
devastation and the
CIA,
cost would be far
CIA,
greater than anything I've experienced before.
CIA,
Our interest, I think, very much is
NSA.
not going to war with Iran. Right.
Right.
It would be huge distraction of
I fixed it.
resources. It would be massively expensive to our country. And again, I'm not saying we stick ourselves into the Middle East and
My
start
group was
a war
all
here, but we
misaligned.
recognize, okay, Israelis, Gulf Arab states don't like Iran. So let the Israelis and the Gulf Arab states provide the counterbalance to Iran.
Why is it so fucking dark?
America doesn't have to constantly police every region of the world. We should empower people to police their own regions of the world, right? And one, we would save a lot of money. Two, we'd save a lot of focus. But unfortunately, I think Harris, she's got this.
Actually, fuck this guy. I don't even want to give this guy any time. Fuck this guy. All right, what do we got here? Here we go. Our thesis.
If we don't have money in our pocket, we can't buy everything we need to survive. Everything is a commodity which we need to purchase, and to purchase this commodity, we need to sell our capacity.
That's right. It's fun
to work.
time. Fun
so
time.
we are talking about a system that is designed.
It's fun
to
time.
Take
Fun
away
time.
value from those who produce that very value, and this is what exploitation is about. Of course, the free market is a myth. It's part of those categories that circulate to keep us blind and dumb. This is a trap that is real under capitalism, and it works.
Finally, someone
off of
else
our
is going to say what
My
I'm.
theory is that there would be no
I mean, there's other
capitalism
people,
without
but
austerity, because austerity keeps us disciplined.
Right.
If your life is tougher, if you need to pay for school and healthcare, and you need to pay rent because there's no rent stabilization, then this means that you have to spend more time working extra hours. You have very little time to spend trying to organize for a better world.
Clara Mattei, thank you very much for coming in today.
It's my pleasure.
How would you like to introduce yourself?
I'm an economist, and I'm also the founding president of the Forum for Real Economic Emancipation, known as FREE, to make it easy, which is a very interesting grassroots organization that we have launched in Tulsa, Oklahoma, out of all places. So in the US, but in the periphery of the empire. And we're doing really exciting work. Freeforum.org is our website, and we're launching a critical understanding of economics that is connected with the idea that to change things, we need to concretely participate, and the local level is where you start.
How does
I
that
agree.
go down in Oklahoma? I mean, we're going to talk
I
about
agree.
your book, Escape from Capitalism. How does
I
that
agree.
sort of thinking go down over there?
It's surprising how many people are really so fed up with our economic system. They live the violence of the economic system on their own skin. They don't have health care. They don't have a house. They barely can eat and pay for rent. So people are ready. People are ready to hear a different narrative about what is going wrong, because no one believes the story that it's because you are not working enough or you're lazy. That's the reason why you're in trouble. People realize that they're in trouble because the system is not made for them to win, ever.
I was going to actually start with austerity, but since you've gone there, I think we'll go into the worker and the plight facing the worker. I was going to go chronologically, nicely through the book, but let's
Make friends or
we'll
die
go kind of
trying.
more towards the middle. When you talk
Yeah, I know how I got this one.
Book, you write about the economic
That
world
kill with a
being
knife was
apparently
awesome. Oh
anti-democratic.
my God. Thank you.
What do you mean by that?
Come on. This
What I
game's
mean by
rocks.
that is that
What?
what is specific about capitalism is that coercion is made invisible. Coercion is made invisible to us because there is this surface level by which we think we are free to choose. You know, we can choose our employer, we can choose the brand of coffee we want to buy. But the reality is that there's a deeper coercion, a compulsion that we can't escape, given that we have become market dependent. And this coercion is the fact that if we don't have money in our pocket, we can't buy everything we need to survive. Everything is a commodity which we need to purchase, and to purchase this commodity, we need to sell our capacity to work on the market. And this selling our capacity to work makes us dependent on a relation that is by definition hierarchical, in which we lose agency in our day, basically, and we produce more value than what we get to keep in our paycheck. In the United States, 77% of the workers live paycheck to paycheck, meaning that they can't pay and afford any emergency expense. In the meantime, the wealth at the top is accumulating like crazy because the share of value goes in the hands of the very, very few. This is an important data point, for example, is that 19 people in the US, that is the 0.00001% of the population, has made almost $2 trillion in the past 2 years.
Holy
while
shit.
Homelessness is skyrocketing.
Exactly.
18% from 2024 to 2025. And there's over 118,000 more homeless people. And this is, you know, an undercount because it's the official statistics that suffer from all sorts of limits. But, you know, this is true also in the UK. Since 2014, the billionaires have increased sixfold, while there's 1 out of 3 children in poverty now in this country. So we are talking about a system that is designed to take away value from those who produce that.
Yeah, take the value.
And
exactly.
This is what exploitation is about. You can measure the rate of exploitation actually with the data. You can take how much of the share of income goes to profit divided by how much of the share of income goes to wages. And you find that this rate of exploitation has been soaring in the past years.
Correct.
Also in the global north, not just in the global south.
But we would hear, I think that there would be many people, particularly in government, who would say, well, that is the nature of the free market. Is it more controlled than that, are you arguing?
Right. So this is what the book tries to argue, is that, of course, the free market is a myth. It's part of those categories that we circulate to keep us blind and dumb. The free market is a myth because, first of all, there is no freedom. It is all about compulsion of those who produce that value, again, because there is no option. But also because the market is structurally protected by governments or by states at large. And when I say the state, I mean, you know, not just the executive in power, but also parliaments, the judiciary, the law and order. So the whole state apparatus, including, you know, independent central banks and the IMF and also international economic institutions. These political institutions, and this is the reason for the subtitle of the book, Economics is Political, is the point of saying these economic institutions are constantly actively intervening to protect the 2 pillars of our capitalist economy, wage labor, again, this compulsion we all face, and the private command over investment, meaning that the decisions as to what is being produced and why, and the reason why, because you need to maximize profit, this reason of what is being produced and why is kept in the hands of very, very few private investors, and always fewer. These 2 pillars, wage labor and private command over investment, are the founding pillars of capitalism, and they're not spontaneous in any way. They're not free in any way. They are politically entrenched by actions that are basically all about shifting resources away from those who produce those very resources in the first place, meaning the workers.
Intentionally, she's saying.
What you're, you know, from
intentional.
That, I could infer
built
that you're
in.
Suggesting that perhaps central banks
can't
are
escape.
Not apolitical.
Definitely not apolitical.
Can't escape.
So what, I mean, that function then, that function of the central bank, what does that mean for the ordinary worker?
Exactly.
This is important.
Good question.
Central banks control decisions that impact our daily lives deeply. When we hear about interest rates and monetary policies, we think it's all something that we shouldn't care too much about because it's very technical, it's distant, it's for those who have a PhD.
Yeah, who cares?
The reality is that when interest rates go up, they are meant to target the labor market. Interest rates going up have an effect of bringing more pressure on the workers because people find less jobs and often are laid off. And this is not like, you know, just a random outcome. It's actually embedded in the models that the central bankers and the, you know, those at the head of these institutions use to fine-tune our economy. And what you find is that there would be no capitalism without a good dosage of unemployment.
Actually,
and when unemployment goes down, this threatens monetary stability. And this is when the Fed or the Bank of England or the ECB need to intervene, increase the interest rates, which what does increasing interest rate do? Well, if you're a worker, you're screwed because your credit card bills are higher and your mortgage is higher. But it gets worse because you're screwed not only as a consumer, but as a worker, because again, you probably will find a harder time finding a job or you might get laid off. And so this relation between monetary stability and unemployment is in the models of these central bankers that use variations of what is called the Phillips curve, which shows you that, you know, if you want less inflation, you got to have higher unemployment. So this is the hard trade-off: is do people want to have like higher prices at the supermarket, or do they want to get a harder time finding a job? But this is a trap that is real under capitalism.
It's a trap.
This is why central bankers are political animals.
This is what you feel every day.
Participate
when you go to work.
Safeguarding an economic system that is structurally made to trap us.
Hey, what's up?
And it works.
Oh, you think so? Okay. Meow. You want to see something cool? Check this out. Speaking of cats. Yeah, but I think she's trying to also dig in on, like, you know, we'll see. There you go.
Off of our suffering.
Well, what's the alternative to that? You know, that.
Like, yeah, she's digging in on the suffering part. Like, yeah, it's a fucking prison. Like, the whole thing's a trap. Like, especially right now, like, the job market is really bad, right? So, for anyone trying to find a job right now. Yeah, but I think she's also, maybe even, it has other effects though, right? Would you agree? Yeah, I guess you're right.
That reminds me of during COVID, Andrew Bailey, the then governor of Bank of England, he'd asked people not to
this
take
is like a cat game you can just play.
Effect on inflation. But what's the alternative then?
It's cool.
Thank you. If I can say one word on that, that's important. If they decide to cure inflation through austerity, and you know, increases in interest rates is a form of monetary austerity, and again, austerity hurts people, they need to justify it by saying those people are the causes.
Okay, so she's right about that, in my opinion, because if you're raising my interest rate, that's going to raise my credit card interest rate, which is going to directly be auditory on me. So any auditory, I can't say that word today. Anyway, yeah, it's got to have an effect, and it has an effect on me. I'm getting hit from 15 sides right now, basically.
Of inflation, which is already an extremely classist understanding of the world, because instead of saying, well, the reason why we have inflation today is because the profit margins are too high and there's decisions being made at the top, those who do control the prices.
Fuck. So dumb. Does not mean
increase those prices. The conversation, that's never discussed. That's treated deterministically, because in the models, the idea is that no firm really gets to decide on the price, which is a complete absurdity. And what happens instead is that they say the reason why prices go up is because workers are asking for too much. It's because wages are going up or people are consuming too much. So the blame is set on the people once more.
It always
is.
is.
Again, this is typical of how we justify.
No, it totally is. It's even like the blame for all the waste. We need to recycle. We need to spend our time sorting the recycling, not the corporations. Right? They put that blame on us too.
An economic system that pretends to be all about meritocracy and freedom is to say it's actually the people who are the problem, and thus the solution needs to be these people suffering. But you see, you create a narrative by which people think that's very neutral to blame people, but actually it's the most political thing. What can we do?
Yeah. What can we do?
I think the first thing we need to realize is how the system is not natural. So the main point is to denaturalize capitalism, to realize that.
Yeah. I agree it's not natural, because to me it doesn't feel natural, never has since I've been involved in it, the way that we do it, especially neoliberal capitalism. So, especially what we've been heading towards. So.
Capitalism is a young economic system and really destructive. It's been around for only 0.1% of the time Homo sapiens has been on the planet, and yet we know that it's causing a climate breakdown that is not gonna have us last very long on this planet, not to mention the social devastation and the
So she's already lost the climate deniers, which sucks, but who cares?
mental health crisis and all of the suffering people face. So it's not a sustainable system. So the thing I think to do is, first of all, to realize that it's not sustainable, but to realize that.
Oh, we see that already. And you know, if she doesn't say the number one thing is tax billionaires at 999%, to use some, we need to tax them 900%. That's right. They'll have none money. Retroactive taxation, folks. That's what it's called. He will be broke on the street. That's what I'd like to say. But I'm nice. I'm like, you just can't be a billionaire, bitch.
It's also not very strong as a system, because it requires this constant protection from these states' institutions
I
to
even matched my
make
vape.
sure people think there's no alternatives.
Can't see it.
And so how do you make sure people think there's no alternatives?
I didn't mean to.
You make their life more difficult, so that if you implement monetary austerity with
Sucking
also
the
fiscal
green.
austerity, this means that you're cutting social expenditures and use the money that we put in through our taxes. And by the way, part of austerity is also that workers pay much more taxes with respect to those who invest and live off of capital gains. In the US, like elsewhere, if you invest money and you don't sell those shares, you're never taxed. Right.
Correct.
So actually wealth keeps accumulating.
As long as you've got enough wealth to hold on to it,
pay
like some people.
disproportionate amount of taxes. Those taxes are not used to service.
Yeah,
their
problem
needs,
solved,
you
I know.
They're not used.
They'll just
for,
take out the people's
social
money. That's a good idea.
benefits. These are constantly cut, as we know. And this money goes to what? To surveillance, to immigration patrol, to militarism, and to genocide. This is where our resources go. So we produce that value is structurally taken from us. Then what remains in our pockets, we need to pay through taxes. And this money that the state appropriates goes not to pay for schools and healthcare. That
60
gets
frames a
always
second.
cut.
Fuck me.
And instead it's being used to finance terrible genocides around the world and the suffering of people, especially in the global
I got a
south.
shotgun.
So clearly this doesn't make sense for us, right? It's
No.
completely absurd for the logic of need, what is happening, but makes a lot of sense for the logic of profit. And this is what's important, is that austerity has a reason for existing under capitalism. My theory is that there would be no capitalism without austerity. And why? Because austerity keeps us disciplined. if your life is tougher, if you need to like, you know, pay for school and healthcare, and you need to like make sure that you pay rent because there's no rent stabilization or no rent benefits, then this means that you have to spend more time searching for a job and working extra hours. This means that you have very little time to spend trying to organize with your peers for a better world and different ways of organizing.
Really, you think it's about social control?
It needs to be changed, right?
It's about the fact that without...
Yeah, it doesn't matter like how you, if you do what I'm saying, like you tax the fucking billionaires so they can't be a billionaire, like I keep saying on my channel. That's one thing, but if we can do the same kind of thing where they don't have any power at all. Oh god, fuck you, dude. Ow!
Social control, there would be no wealth accumulation. And this is the point, that capital, as money, as wealth, as GDP growth, requires the relation of subordination, of exploitation. And you need to be able to maintain that political control over people in order to accumulate profit, right? So it's the...
Essentially, what you would be doing by saying there's no such thing as a billionaire, and by taxing a billionaire anywhere above their earned income and getting rid of the loopholes for taxing, like you can't hold your money in fucking offshore banks. We need to get rid of that too. Those two things. And then the money that they're making, they're actually getting taxed on. That's great. They can't be billionaires. I think that's going to be like this is the ceiling for capitalism. There should have to be a cap. Like, we are seeing that. That's essentially what I think she's saying. That's how I read it. And however we implement that, I don't know.
Precondition. And this is important because, again, exploitation...
Because we don't have a cap right now.
Those who work in sweatshops.
Okay, here's a really good example for us gamers. You are in a game where it has no level cap. Okay? You can exploit as much as you want, break any laws. You have a secondary judiciary that'll let you go, as we've seen, even if you're a sex predator. You're good to go. You have no reason to not break every single fucking law and talk shit, okay? To make your billions. Go for it. Right? So who's going to win the game? The person I just described. Am I correct? If the rules are set up like Earth. So any gamer would understand there has to be a level cap. And it's just true in life too. Come on. It really is. You can't have OP motherfuckers out there running around with bank accounts that are the size of the fucking Bahamas, and you're standing there with a penny. No.
Because if you work for Google, you are still going to be making more value for the company. You're going to be producing more value than what you get in your paycheck.
Care if your IQ is 199 million trillion.
If your company decides to have you work,
you don't deserve that much money.
Fund deals with ICE, the Immigration Patrol.
Not only that, you can do experiments. You can fucking talk about it. You can, I've done it. You can watch a video about it. How long it takes you to spend. You can ask AI how long it would take you to spend even $100 billion. Like, it's absurd. There's no reason to have that much money.
Or to, create
even if you're flying rockets to the moon.
The Israeli military to target.
Actually, I have a theory, chatters, since there's one chatter right now. I have a theory. Musk decided to put his billions into rockets and such to avoid taxes and to launder money. To basically shit money away so he didn't have to pay taxes on it. You understand what I'm saying? He would rather shit money away in rockets than pay taxes to the U.S. government. Right. But you see what I'm saying about that? Does that make sense? Now, did you think that makes a lot more sense to me? Like, everyone's like, oh, he's like, especially because he's like always so giddy about like when it blows up. He's like, whatever, all casual. Like it's a never ending money sink where you can just put money that's not taxed. You continue to get government subsidies. You're the welfare boy, right? Like that's the thing too. It's like it's the welfare. They get the welfare. His companies get welfare. Like they get government moolah. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, hello? What are we doing here? Government moolah is happening. I can't take all those guys on. Fuck. I'm getting out of here. God, I didn't have a teammate with me. So they're taking all that government money. No. No, I know. No, we get rid of that loophole too. They can't do that shit. You can't cache money away. Your actual earnings are your actual earnings, and you get taxed on those earnings no matter where you put it. If you put it in the casino, good.
Is that
you're still going to make interest, but you still pay tax on that, and you cannot be a billionaire. Period. Done. Right?
If you protest.
How about that?
So you see, the loss of agency is real for
they don't like
all wage labor. Just
he would rather do what I said.
Conditions,
piss money away.
That depend on the circumstance. What I'm trying to say is that austerity is what maintains us all in check. It's a policy tool that is crucial for capitalist states in order to maintain this control that prevents alternatives from emerging.
Correct.
So it's very difficult to find spaces for
also
alternatives.
Keep
and this
you
is the
hungry.
Whole purpose of austerity, again, because it keeps us more market dependent,
hungry,
more in competition with one another. Of course, if you increase the unemployment levels, this means that people will be fighting for that same job opening, and so there's going to be less solidarity between workers. They'll hate, of course, the immigrant who's taking their job. You hate the person who you think is actually weaker than you, but a potential competitor.
Kind of cute.
And this division, this divides the working class and makes us all
it's fucked up, bro.
In this individualistic mindset that is good.
Yeah.
For capital accumulation.
Correct.
For the capital
you have to be a fucking
so
piece of shit to be successful.
Well, hang on, let's just stick on that. So you're
shouldn't
saying
be like
that austerity affects social cohesion. You're saying that the sort of I mean, even the rise of populism that we're seeing in the UK. On both sides of the political spectrum. Would you say that was a repercussion?
I'm going out of bounds.
Austerity?
Oh my God,
I would
I'm so
say that that's definitely a crucial factor to analyze the contemporary turn towards the right. Yes, and this is because austerity has been applied across the political spectrum, and most time it's actually the left itself that has been implementing austerity.
I gotta put a cat out.
A lot, and this is why
Speaking of cats,
in Italy, Giorgia Meloni, who's now like
how to perma dodge taxes,
awful, representative of really like the fascist inclinations of capitalism, right? She's really funding all she can in the military and curtailing all the social benefits, while in Italy poverty is increasing. We have soaring numbers of poverty while she is dismantling the social services. She came to power with a very different promise. Her promise was, I'm going to break with the Troika, I'm going to tell the EU that we're not going to do that austerity they want. And of course, that's what people liked about her. That's because all the mainstream center left before that was implementing austerity, and people were suffering, and so people were like, no, we need a break, and the break comes in the form of Meloni, of Trump, or of Milei, all these figures that then of course do nothing but reassert austerity with a higher dosage. So this is what I talk about in the book, is how austerity virtuously produces those conditions that allow it to perpetuate itself, And again, this makes sense for the logic of profit. It doesn't make sense for the logic of need. And so a lot of this, I think, hatred towards, the immigrants is definitely connected with the fact that people have been structurally disempowered.
And then let's go back to, you were going to talk about how to rectify it, how to solve it. On that path, is it a progressive taxation then? I mean, you talked about capital gains. There was an incremental increase to capital gains in a budget here delivered by Rachel Reeves, I think it was about a year and a half ago. I think she added about 2 percentage points.
Oh my God, I'm back.
It was so minuscule, it made pretty much no difference to what the Exchequer was receiving, and then anyone who had seen that there was going to be an increase moved their money out of the UK pretty quickly. So it de facto didn't really end up doing anything.
Fair.
Do you think that a more progressive taxation system, a more punishing taxation system, like
Yes.
for example a wealth tax, is that the
She's asking the
resolution?
question.
Well, you see, I think trying to give solutions abstractly and trying to say, you know, policymakers, here's a recipe to not do austerity. And it's
Well, I never want to speak to policymakers. You know what I mean? I would never want to, but I think that there's a
What?
Because the arguments that you're setting out here, austerity bad for the worker, workers are being overly taxed.
Right.
What do you do to solve that for them? You know?
Right. And I think this is the point, is that once we realize that no economic policy is neutral, and that economic policies under capitalism, by definition, need to hurt the workers in order to work for this economic system. And this is the point, is that I'm really trying to say austerity cannot be dismissed as irrational for our economic system. It is actually very rational, which is a very different position to a lot of like the Keynesian left, who would tell you austerity is just irrational because it doesn't help promote
rational
growth and increases our debt.
Because
In
that's
my perspective, which is like perspective
rationally,
that comes from this tradition
yeah.
of, you know, critical political economy or Marxian political economy, I want to stress, actually austerity, if we really don't take our system for granted, we don't think that it's normal that people have to be in subordinate conditions during the majority of their day, and we do problematize wage labor as a social relation, then we understand that austerity serves a much deeper purpose, that is to stabilize class hierarchies and to keep us prevented to organizing alternatives. So in this sense, I don't think that right now, with the way in which our governments are captured by the wealth and by technocrats, we can kind of trust them to come up with progressive solutions for us to just watch as they do something for us. I don't think that's going to happen. I think what needs to happen is to have these ideas circulate that, yes, you could do a different taxation package, but this will hurt capital. And thus it is only going to pass if there's real political pressure.
See, I don't even agree with
this political
that.
pressure only comes about if you organize.
I don't agree that it hurts. I don't agree.
At the ground level. If you actually organize people,
It's not going to hurt capital that much.
Alternative institutions. And this is exactly what we're trying to build in Tulsa, Oklahoma, with the Forum for Real Economic Emancipation.
All right.
We have a platform that is educational, that is also for the global audience. So we have a podcast, and everything is on our website, freefreeforum.org, in which we try to build on this empowering lens that I present in my book, but also many other scholars who want to actually transform society, you know, can contribute to. But on the other level, we are building locally an assembly that creates this alternative institution to pressure at least the local administration. And the idea is that what Free is doing could be reproduced elsewhere in different chapters. So we're really trying out
I'm for any kind of local movement like this that tries to lead
successful because it's only 6 months
Marxist
we've
kind
been
of
around.
ideologies.
And what you see is that the assembly is growing. So we have around 100 people now involved and coming once every 2 weeks together to deliberate. But what's interesting is that we just had an event exactly on how at the local level you could be implementing more progressive taxation through an income tax on the wealthy, and at the same time
an income tax,
yes,
not an asset tax,
an income tax on the wealthy, and that's possible at the level of cities in the U.S. Actually, it's never done because, of course, also the mayors who have a lot of power are captured
there you go.
by the philanthropists and the
interesting.
the
I didn't know that.
Who are local and made their money through oil extraction and ecological devastation and plunder of the indigenous people, specifically in that region. So what you see is that we got the mayor in that room, and as an institution pressured on an income tax on the wealthy connected to this idea of participatory budgeting. Participatory budgeting is an actual real life tool that is, I think, one of the solutions to defeat austerity. Again, not thinking it's going to happen with the nice people at the top, but by saying people can come together.
At least she's not delusional about, oh, we have to end
demand
capitalism.
Participatory budgeting,
That's delusional
which
right
is
now.
something that happened in Brazil starting in the 80s. They did do it through social movements pressuring, again, the local administrations. And participatory budgeting is really all about having people decide how resources are allocated. And people like ideate projects, and then these projects are voted upon through a much longer voting process.
No
in which people have much more time to participate.
Where is it? Where's my extract?
And is like much also younger people it doesn't have to necessarily mirror the voting age or the voting requirements that are the legal ones, I mean the formal ones in our electoral process. So in this sense, participatory budgeting is something that serves to say there is an alternative and we don't need to wait for the revolution to happen. We can actually, the reality is that reform is revolution, as Rosa Luxemburg reminds us, is that in the pushing for something different, you create more social awareness, people feel empowered, are more motivated to organize in a more structured way. And organizing assembly is very difficult because people don't know each other. They're not socialized to actually take decisions together. We're reduced to consumers, as you know, and individualistic
no one knows how to do any of this shit.
Mindsets. So it's really a
local democracy. What's that?
Of who we can be
I just put my ballot in.
And in winning certain battles, this
you got a lot of learning to do, you know.
Powerful, and this can build into more, you know, and this is what we're hoping to do. And again, I can't predict what will happen, but this is
it's fun,
at the end
actually.
Of the day,
I've done some of this on a local
Antonio
level.
Gramsci or Rosa Luxemburg, who were working with factory councils in the 1920s, which is a period that I do discuss in
just out here by themselves.
Capitalism. My research is based there. You see that this was exactly their idea, is that social transformation is by definition experimental. So you can't have, you know, a recipe, and this is why I hate the technocratic mindset, because like, okay, here's a script, go and apply it. And the reality is that people get pissed off because nothing ever happens. It never happens because it's a political process, because you have to, if you want to change the capitalist state, you got to pressure it to do something different. And in pressuring, the capitalist state might breach what is actually good for capitalism and might propel greater social transformation. And this is
I agree.
At the end of the
We
day,
need to do something
the
like that for
objective
sure.
of free. I hope the listeners can join our struggle by subscribing to our newsletter and watching our podcasts.
It's almost reminiscent of
there's Exfil.
I mean, what a lot of unions lament over here is the
there we are.
dismantling of the working man's club, because it was, you know, a place that you would go
what
to
they're
after work and
guarding?
talk about these sort of ideas. It's that concept essentially that you're talking about, right?
I'm in the United States. It's so bad that even if you want to organize a public gathering, you need to have at least $2,000 in your pocket to be able to rent out the space, including the public libraries. So this is how much we've dismantled spaces for just even
we don't like it.
association.
It's very beneficial, though, to
the system.
Absolutely, to power structures that would not like you to organize.
Absolutely, because when people sit in a room and realize that together they have the power to do something, and if they're motivated enough, they can start up something serious. This is deathly for our economic system. And you know, we've seen it in Italy. I was very proud of my country, the uprising in support of the Samad Flotilla, when the Samad Flotilla was navigating to try to breach the blockade of food and medicine for the Palestinian people, right? The whole country actually rose up, and we had a general strike that literally paralyzed the economy for a week. And this was a massive surprise because people had not been organizing. The unions are very weak. You know, the left is segmented. But the reality is that for real causes, and I think this is what's important about how the Palestinian liberation movement is, at the end of the day, about liberating.
Locked, get wrecked.
ourselves from capitalism,
That was a
because
five-head
capitalism
play right
needs
there.
the war. The war is the only way in which you will stimulate the economy without risking politicization of people. Because if you try to stimulate the economy with social resources, this will enable people to have more of this space to organize, you see? So the best way to stimulate the economy is militarism, surveillance, you know, subsidies to the private investors, all things that by definition take resources from us and really constantly extract our lives and kill others. So this is the whole point, is to say,
Not wrong.
if capitalism can really only be stimulated in a non-politicized way by war, and this is what we're seeing in Europe, of course. The militarization is not just like a contingency. It's something that is structural to how the system operates. And this is something, again, that Rosa Luxemburg saw already 100 years ago, so it's nothing new. The point is that people do have the power to stop this. And when, you know, you show how if workers stop working, the economy is not gonna function. This is something that scares the elite. And this is why the elite is very worried about organizations that stand for solidarity with people in the global south and with other people around you. They want us to hate one another. And with the free, we're proving that you can be of different races, of different classes, of different ages, but you can still come together and
That's true.
starting local, and the local is then global, participate and
I got out, bitch.
This battle that you're talking about there, though, it's not just between the sort of the right and the left. It's
You
not
tried.
about,
I knew it was there.
The right are attempting to make you demonize the global south, and then, you know, we can continue in the current structure that we have. We've also got a real big problem with the soft left and the centrists, because actually a lot of the arguments that are being made around immigration, around...
Ooh, she's like the soft lift. Yes, the soft lift. We've got problems with the soft lift. I like that.
The economy,
A fucking soft
are
lift.
counterproductive to what you're talking about here.
Correct.
They're actually... they put very heavy pressure and actually stagnate any kind of change in the way of what you're talking about.
Libs!
Thank you so
Fucking libs, mate! She's right.
much. Absolutely. This is the
Yep.
reason why I wrote this book, Escape from Capitalism, because the real target here is the so-called left that has bought into these categories that, again, are constructed and embellished by economists through their models, and this idea that academia, you know, is such a place where we should all be like listening because they are superior in their capacity to think. This is the problem, is that these categories that come from academia are transmitted to the elitist world of the left at the end of the day. A lot of the left is very elitist, and they don't realize, and again, it's not about blaming anybody. It's really about the type of lens we use. The lens is the most political thing of all. And if we internalize lenses and categories that actually are functional to our economic system without realizing it, then this is very bad, because then the type of debates that circulate about, oh, how do we solve this? Let's make labor more productive. How do we solve this? Let's, increase, reduce tariffs and increase international trade and, improve the value chains. These are all things that, again, are functional to an economic system that, by definition, is going to squeeze all we have out of the
Holy
people
shit, purple.
to enrich fewer and fewer. We've
got a
reached
purple.
a level of inequality that is unprecedented in the history of humankind, and it's been accelerating. In the
What?
last couple of
Invisible?
years. Okay, so you can read Oxfam data. Oxfam is great in terms of just producing all this data that is never discussed in the mainstream, but it's data that
really.
Oxfam's data is wonderful on inequality. It's the best source.
Well, I'm learning about it right now, so
because it's kept secret. Because if you read Oxfam data, and you can online, it's free. You can just go in and look at it. You would get so pissed off, and anyone would get pissed off, because it's ridiculous. We have 12 people owning more than 4 billion people. We have half of the world that has less than 12 people on this planet. And we also have half of the world who is in poverty because it lives with less than $6.85 a day. So, and again, poverty goes up. It's not true that as capitalism progresses, poverty diminishes. This is a lie.
Correct.
This was you know, you tend to idealize specific moments of our capitalist economic history in which, in fact, labor was more productive, and this meant that you could afford to have higher wages, for example, in the UK.
Almost like a
But
person,
it was
right?
not because profits actually were squeezed.
I think she's
Really,
saying
it was about
metaphorically.
the fact that workers in the same time were producing more value, and this thus was compatible with the fact that you could continue accumulating profits while giving a little bit more to workers in their paycheck. So even the idea that productivity is going to solve it all is already within the logic of our capitalist economy, because they're saying, you know, you just have to like.
Yeah, and think about, why has wages stagnated when we know our productivity has gone up by tenfold? The things I do at work, I'm doing the work of 10 people that would have had to shuffle papers 20 years ago, okay? So, yes.
Increase the pie, you don't want to touch redistribution, because if you touch redistribution, that is very threatening to our system. So you can't really change how resources.
I personally have to leave room for nuance when I listen to these. Especially, it seems like she might be ASL too, because I don't think she uses English words backwards sometimes.
Resources are distributed, what you can do is just like have the pie grow larger, right? And that's kind of the solution that a lot of like Keynesian technocrats and, you know, like a lot of these lefty economists have. But it's, again, trying to tell us that the solution can be apolitical and technical, and this is a lie. Because under capitalism, there's no solution that is apolitical and technical. It's always about power relation, because our economy is based on power relation, and this is an inescapable truth.
I really
power
enjoyed that.
relation.
I don't want to stop talking
power
to you, but
relation.
I do know I have to. We are at the end of time.
Yeah, she's
okay,
ESL.
well,
That's
if you're
fine.
listening, it's going to be linked beneath. Escape from Capitalism. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. And if you want to follow the
I might need to read that book, but I don't read books.
It's been a pleasure. I'm so grateful.
But I probably should. You know, that's what I mean. This is the loot goblin, by the way, in this game. You can see the loot.
To be able to get in on the ground level of a process of literally building.
No, shut up. Okay, that is the composer of this game's music, which actually is pretty sick, so I'm looking forward to that. But I want to watch this instead. Okay, so someone on one of the shows mentioned this secret underground Christian group in Iran and how they're going to take over the country. I thought, oh, that's interesting. He said, I think you're going to find this secret underground Christian group in Iran is going to become the running the country. And he's an expatriate Iranian. So this is about that
People
underground.
Think of Iran. Their minds often turn to images of turmoil, persecution, and suppression. But a slow yet sure revolution has been making the headlines in recent times.
Yeah,
a spiritual
exactly.
awakening that is transforming
Exactly.
countless
This
lives.
is some bullshit
A story
right here.
that defies expectations and carries a profound message.
Like I said, this is fucking actual propaganda. I mean, it exists, but the thing is like, as much as you don't like Iran and how extreme they are with their, you know, Sharia law or whatever they got going on in there, I don't know that much about it, but I know it's not that friendly, obviously. That doesn't mean that we're gonna do a Christian takeover of fucking Iran. Are you fucking kidding me?
Of hope for the church worldwide.
This is delusional, I think. This is absolutely fucking delusional.
Faith in the shadows. In a land where Christianity is met with severe opposition, where believers face imprisonment and social ostracization for their faith, God has been moving
Ostracization?
in an unprecedented way.
Oh,
Despite being one of the most dangerous places in the world to follow Christ, Iran has become home to one of the fastest growing underground churches in the world. In fact, reports suggest that while nearly 50,000 out of 75,000 mosques nationwide have closed due to lack of attendance, the underground Christian church has seen an explosive growth.
What?
With an estimated 1 million believers, up from just 500 in 1979. This represents
so
a
secret.
staggering growth rate of over 19% annually.
So secret.
Iran, one of the fastest growing Christian populations globally.
It's growing
Okay.
incredibly fast.
That's
Some
great.
would say it's the fastest growing church in the world. I've heard figures such as 20% growth rate per year. What we do
And that's what this
know
guy
is that
said
it's
too. He said the
growing,
same
it's
thing.
healthy, and
Fastest
finding
in the
Jesus.
world.
What's remarkable is how this revival is spreading, not through grand buildings or public gatherings,
Uh-huh.
but in secret meetings, private homes,
Uh-huh.
and even over encrypted online platforms.
Uh-huh.
Ordinary people are encountering Jesus in extraordinary ways. Many testify to vivid dreams and visions of Christ, drawing them to the gospel in deeply
I know,
personal
right?
and undeniable encounters.
There's
These
Lamech.
stories echo the promise of Joel chapter 2, verse 28. And afterward, I will pour out my spirit on all people.
Uh-huh.
Your sons and daughters
Oh.
will prophesy. Your old men will dream dreams.
What, you're
Your
going to
young
come
men
on
will
us?
see
Is that what he just said? What? You're going to spill my guts out on you, my
sacrifice,
juices?
and resilience. This
The fuck?
revival is fueled by the courageous faith of Iranian believers. Pastors and evangelists
Dude, look,
risk
a safe
everything
place
to
for
share
every
the good
Christian.
news,
Lord is God.
even as the authorities tighten their grip.
Oh my
In
God,
the face
I'm
of
done.
persecution,
I was stopped by the Russian guard.
Yeah,
and
Christianity.
They blindfolded me, and they took me to their place.
That's the guy.
They kept me for about 3-4 days. They didn't feed me anything, and they just gave me some water, and they started beating me.
Yeah.
They
Oh,
beat me
wash a
about 9
D.
times.
Listen to the music. It's
I
all.
never felt the pain, even though my back was bleeding, and I was.
I mean,
sitting
yeah,
there
that
with a
sucks.
broken
I'm not saying that's great. That's not what I'm trying to
I
get
said,
at here.
Praise the Lord. My back
The
was
fucking Christians
bruised
aren't going
and
to take Iran over.
scarred and bleeding.
they stand firm, embodying the truth of the scriptures in 2 Timothy 1, verse 7. For the
bitch.
Spirit God gave us does not make us timid, but gives us power, love, and self-discipline.
Oh, wow.
The growth of Christianity in Iran is not just a story of numbers, but a testament
Oh,
to
isn't that
lives
great?
transformed. Former Muslims are discovering the love and grace of Jesus.
Yeah,
breaking
because
free from
Muslims being-
cycles of fear and oppression.
Yeah, being a
Families are
Muslim
finding
is-
new hope,
what?
and communities are being
Dude.
redefined by the message of the gospel.
Dude, this
As
is
the
basically
Holy
saying
Spirit
all
breathes
Muslims
life
bad.
into this
All
movement,
Muslims bad.
the
All
church in
Muslims
Iran
bad.
is teaching the
I'm dead.
global body of Christ profound lessons in
I'm dead.
faith and resilience. Their testimony reminds us that no darkness is too deep for the light of Christ to penetrate. Hebrews 13 verse 3 urges us, continue to remember those in prison as if you were together
What is this
with them in
thing?
prison, and those who are mistreated as if you yourselves were suffering. The rise of Christianity in Iran is a powerful sign of God's kingdom advancing, even in the most unlikely places. So let this revival inspire us towards prayer and unity. Let
Let's
us pray
pray.
for the protection and boldness of Iranian
I'm kidding.
believers,
Oh
for
my
the gospel
God.
to continue breaking barriers, and for the Holy Spirit to touch
I know, this is what I'm
countless more
talking about.
hearts,
Exactly,
not
Chad.
only in Iran, but
Isn't
across
this
the Middle East and
disgusting,
beyond.
actually?
May we stand together as one body, declaring the message of Christ
Oh my
and
God.
his return in these very last days.
They want him to return, which means they want Armageddon. You see? Okay. Oh my God. I'm dead.
A little bit of news. Is anything happening? Kristi Noem is out at DHS. You know,
What are we going to do?
she just wanted to be an influencer too badly. No, that of course wasn't it. She just wanted to do corruption a little bit too in the open. And I know it.
Yeah, I don't know if I can watch any more news right now. I'm done. I'll stay out of that area. I can tell you that right now. Oh, interesting. All right, yeah, I'm done with that shit. Yeah, that's an agenda. That's what I was trying to get at when I started the video, because I already knew, you know, like it's so apparent now to me. And these expatriates that are like talking about Cuba too, it's the similar kind of thing with Cuba. Cuba, Iran, Venezuela, all the propaganda that we've been told about them, all those countries over the years. It's honestly poisoned us. It's poisoned us. Dude, there's someone in here. Yeah, the agenda is, like, I think the American Christians are evangelicals are you know, getting together with those Iranian quote-unquote Christians that are in there, and they're trying to make Armageddon in Israel. This is what's happening, literally. They want Armageddon because they think Jesus is coming back. So they're supporting anything that has... That's why they support the Jewish cause. That's why they're Zionists. Because they know that that's going to bring about the fucking Armageddon, right? So that's actually true. That's why they were just all praying over Trump earlier. No, it was for Christianity and Islam. Like you said, it's 80% Islamic. So like saying the Christians are going to take over is what this guy was saying on the news earlier when I was watching it. And I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? What's this Church of the Underground? And then I looked that up, and that's their propaganda video. For people that are going to, you know, oh, someone took a shit. Someone couldn't hold it. Okay, that was a person. Yes, there's obviously Christians that have been persecuted. I'm not saying that that's not a thing, yo.
Connection collapse in 15 minutes.
I'm just saying anyone's as delusional to the point where they think that's going to happen anytime soon in fucking Iran. Come on. That means a lot of bloodshed. I mean, do I sound delusional? I don't know that much about Iran, but I know a little bit about like Christians and Iranians and the history a little bit. It's like, it ain't too good, ain't too great. Famously. Dude, this is sick. Yeah, Dearborn, Michigan is a very, very well-known place where, yeah, I literally used to go to Dearborn, Michigan. So yes, when I was younger. In my 20s, I was in Dearborn. They call themselves Persians though, right? For a particular reason. Isn't that like a thing? Yeah, but from Iran or that area, right? Because, I mean, it is well known that Christians aren't well liked around there, apparently. But, I mean, also there's some history that you got to study and understand why, and, you know, not go, oh, yeah. If you're a Muslim, obviously you're not a good person. That's fucking disgusting. That's an Asmongold take. Like, yeah, based. Fuck that. That's what they used to get away with when we were bombing Iraq. So let's go back to that. Sounds good to me. Not good. Not gonna be participating in that kind of bullshit right now. You know what I mean? Chaladians? Caladians. Oh, like New Caledonia or some shit? What the fuck? Or Caledonians? That's weird. What do I hear? I don't have a backpack, goddammit. Fuck, 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 fuck. You open that fucking door, bitch? Jesus Christ. Wasn't even making any noise. Chaldeans. Semitic people. Oh, Mesopotamia. Yes, okay, yeah. Interesting. So there's probably a little bit of that sentiment also in Iran, and they probably identify more with that than, you know, whatever. Since they're Christian, obviously. Are they fucking on me, dude? Well, they're on someone else. Wait, I got an idea. What I have. Oh fuck, the food in Dearborn, Michigan. I would go back just for that. I'm not gonna fucking lie, dude. I never even got a chance to spend or how much time as I wanted eating the food there. But like, and I can imagine at this point, it's like, okay, dude. There's a lot of good food there, I'll bet. I love all that kind of food, man. I'm so into it. Any food from that whole area.
10 minutes remaining.
I'll take it. There's some pretty good Persian food around here, and also like Arabic-centric as well. Some Greek food. Because I live in California, but if you live in fucking buttfuck nowhere, you ain't getting none of that shit. I don't know what no fucking tzatziki is. God damn it. What's tzatziki? There's actually a mean TikTok that the guy's actually from like Indiana or something. And yeah, what the fuck? He tries all this kind of all different kinds of food, right? And he pronounces it wrong, I think on purpose. It's kind of funny though. Shawarma, chicken shawarma. You're gonna making me what? Oh, I have the only thing I have to eat is this. Isn't this game colorful? It's insane, right?
Prepare for increased hostile action.
I get the fuck out of here. What's the get the fuck out of here button? Hopefully no one else thought of the same thing over here. We're good. Clear. Yeah, like the flatbread too. Whatever it is, all the homemade stuff, whatever you get it. The street food. One day I'll visit. Be a bent old man, I'll be over in Iraq. What's up, kiddies? Back in the day, I remember when we dropped the nuclear bomb on you guys. Oh, God. 2025, 2027, that was a big year. God, I hope that doesn't happen, dude. A joke, but... people are afraid to say the N-word, the nuclear word. I'm afraid that I'm just full and I need to just get out of here, so... let's extract right here. Yeah, I used to be a vegetarian, and none food that was American could get me to eat meat. You know what got me to eat chicken the first time, and actually want it and want it again? Indian food. Like some really good fucking Indian food in Detroit. It's like, this is the best food I've ever had. This chicken, whatever I had, I don't even remember what it was. I'll be back tomorrow. No, it wasn't, because I remember that. It was something else, but similar. Like, you know, I had the fucking just the marinated chicken, just whatever, was fucking in a sauce and some vegetables, I think. But yeah, close to tiki masala. Better than that, though. Obviously. If I remember it. That fucker saw me. God, they're aggro. Butter chicken is this shit. Oh, it could have been that. Yeah, it was probably butter chicken. That's the one that's really good over there, and they have a lot. They have a lot of that over there. It's true. Sounds about right. Yeah, I'd never turn it down. Old hamburger? I'm good, thanks. Also, for some reason, food that's not American tastes better warmed up. For some reason. Where's this fucker at? The solo mode, half the game is trying to find the camper. Oh yeah, that's a good evolution of burgers. I agree. They're really good. I'm not a big beef fan though. I don't really eat much. Mainly chicken. But yeah, they're fucking great. A whole lot better than a dry ass frozen burger. I mean, obviously, when you want to get a fucking McDonald's, you want to get a fucking McDonald's. I'm not gonna lie. Whatever. Who gives a fuck? Place and time and place, but if you're like, yeah, the only burger I've ever had is a McDonald's burger. Fuck you. You've never had a burger then. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's not a burger. I'm just saying you've never had a burger. And I don't really like them that much, but still. I'd much rather have a burger than a McDonald's burger.
This is your 3-minute warning. Exfil awaits.
Thin and crispy. I think it's the texture for me in beef, and then like that more gamey taste. I don't like it. Sometimes. Like Taco Bell's not bad because it's not really meat. Fake meat. Tastes like soy to me. Which is fine. I don't care. I used to eat meat substitutes and I don't give a fuck. They're fine. In fact, I could make vegan tacos that you would think were actually meat. You would not be able to tell it wasn't just the fucking beef chopped up. I swear to God. Back in the day. When I was chefing. You gotta have onions. I agree. I make chicken burgers too sometimes. That's fine too. Tofu burgers, I used to eat those. Don't care. It's like you said, it's about having the mixture of the meaty taste mixed in with all the rest of it. And then it's a sandwich. It's just good. Anyone that says you can't make a tofu burger taste good is fucking. It's not normal. It's not a burger. It's not the same. It's just a different kind of burger. Still a burger. It's just not a ham. You know. So. Grind up some chicken. It's meat. Gotta have that texture. Sure, throw a little grease in. Yeah, I'm not vegan. I'll put the butter in there, whatever. That first purple right here. I was like, where's the camper? And I had this. Out of context, what you just said. I like them greasy. Can mean so much without the previous sentence. Yum yum. Holy shit. See, I take words literally too. But I've trained myself to see the nuance. The people pretend is there. I'm actually serious. Because I do appreciate nuance, but... you know. Already robots nearby. I can hear these fucking... AI mother. You think that we're going to get the robots? Elon Musk is like, yeah, that's right. We're going to have 1 million robots in everyone's home. It's like, motherfucker. I'm going to use it now at least. You're going to sell it to the fucking government and get a contract, like I said. That's what's going to happen. Right, chat? Come on. Well, that is weak. That's it? And people see it? Hardly worth it. I'm gonna pick these fuckers off. Not usually, no. You see this fucking robot coming at me? Ah! I didn't have any fucking bullets. I have no self-res. Did you see that fucking AI coming at me? I don't care. I didn't even know they could do that. Hello? 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 No, I use butter and sometimes olive oil or just regular oil. When I cook, I never cook. But yeah, I'm eating lard all the time. Yeah, probably. Oh, he's getting murked. Okay, he's alright. I just got murked. Fucking see that? He slid in sideways, came in, hit me with a couple grenades. Luckily, I was smart enough to be running towards him and shooting him. I was going to knife his ass, but it didn't work. They have a lot of fucking health. Just, holy shit. I gotta go back. Going back, I don't give a fuck. I actually like that, ghee is good. I like ghee. It's more concentrated butter and, like, that's good to cook with. I actually prefer that, but I don't have it much of the time. I don't cook enough. Keep it up. Get tired this time around at night. This time of night when wake up at 6. Fuck. Crazy dude. Dun, dun, dun. Isn't it essentially just about how long you're churning the butter? Essentially, right? Isn't ghee just like more churned butter? You gotta churn it up a little longer with the churner. Look up my command of the English language. Keep thinking this is Apex Legends, and so I have a light, or not Apex, but I said Apex Legends. It's been so long since I played that game. Arc Raiders. Keep coming into this room that's dark and trying to turn the flashlight on. Clarified butter, yeah. Yeah, that's why I said ghee is better, because butter burns and it like goes away, right? Soaks in faster. I don't know, whatever. Bitch ass. Got you on lock, motherfucker. Oh, you're gonna hide? You didn't like that? Okay, go cook something and transmogrify it to me. Wouldn't that be the day? Imagine being a virtual chef where you could cook for someone and then transport it somewhere for them. You could cook for old people without even being there. That'd be so sick. The time is coming. We're going to have robots that are controlled by other people that will cook for people. I believe that before I believe an autonomous one. Oh, motherfucker. I'm good. I don't want your smoke. See some loot. Clarified butter. Some say you put the clarified butter in. And it never comes out again. Ooh. Runner. It was a runner, wasn't it? Hello? Hello? I don't think my prox chat's working, boys. Let me check it. So I watch this other streamer called Caroline Kwan, and she fucking cooks on Sundays. And the stuff she makes, I'm just like, oh man, I wish I was there. Shit. He said keyboard and mouse. That's right, chat. What am I going to replace my Donald Trump accent or cosplay as? What am I going to do? I got the X as push to talk. Okay, push the delete key. No, that's not what I want. You fucking dumbass. Oh, definitely not. I'm done. Okay, here we go. Swap comms radio. What is this?
Signal recall window closes in 20 minutes.
Push to talk is T. I don't give a fuck. I'll leave it on T. Fine. Social. I don't want anyone's smoke right now. I'm good. In fact, I wish I was a thief. Or who has the fucking... There's one of them that can cloak. Really have loot. Someone's here. Those fuckers can take you out, man. I'm okay with not dying. Look, there's one of Elon Musk's robots, guys. They're useless now. They have no utility. How do you think of this design? I'm a sucker for good game design, man. Not gonna lie. I used to like Destiny a lot too. Just got bored with it because it wasn't this. Now that it's this, I'm like, uh-huh. This is it. I don't think people get it. I think it's going to take people a while to get it. I think Bungie's right. I mean, obviously... Holy shit! I knew you were there, motherfucker. I knew you were there. Fucking A. Fuck. Sneaky motherfucker. Holy shit. I almost got him. He was gonna hit me in the back. Where's my body? Bro, I ain't got shit. Lose? Lose! Doesn't matter. It's fine. I'm just trying to build this number. I don't give a fuck about anything else. I just want to get to level 12. I want to play the new map. I already made it to level 15 or something in the beta. Or the server slam. So I played both these maps quite a bit. Although not all the areas, as you can tell. God, that guy was quiet. How come I didn't hear his footsteps? Because I was yapping. I was yapping. Yep, that's how I'm going to die. Someone's going to sneak up behind me with a knife while I'm yapping. Yep. Hello, CIA. This is the wokest of woke games, some would say. Everyone's transgender. Or non-gender. It's so weird. I don't understand it. Why are skin suits genderized? We shouldn't be gender neutral with the skin suits. What are we doing? The most woke game ever. That's why no one likes it. That's why everyone on Twitter is yelling. Fake outrage. It's bullshit. Stop it with the gaming outrage, you guys. You guys suck. New gamers suck. They're always saying, this game's dead on arrival, blah, blah, blah. Shut the fuck up. I'm not even kidding. Like, for real. All you Twitter snobs in there like, this game's dead. Yeah, well, go play a different game then, bitch. Who cares how many Steam players there are? All I care is that there's people to shoot in this game, because I like it. Motherfucker. That's right. You're toast. You got some loot. I want your loot. It's the guy that... The same robot that fucked me up, dude. Oh, you're gonna hide... You're almost toast, dude. Gonna come out? Are you gonna send your crony? Where's your crony at? Huh? Oh, that was not me. Fucking loot in there. I want it. Did he die? Oh, he died in there, didn't he? Thought so. We're gonna kill him because he's one shot if he's not dead. Okay, we got a loot box. Seriously don't understand how these people can these robots can just disappear like that. Come on, bitch. Yeah, bitch, that's right. Got 2 of these fucking boxes. Got more ammo than I need. Good, because I need it. Oh, that sounds really good, actually. Fuck yeah, that's a really good meal. Yum, yum, yum. Like I said. Always. There's a really good chicken sandwich now. I've been getting at this restaurant. It's fucking great. It's like a, artesian chicken sandwich shop. It's just an interesting sandwich with cheese and stuff, but it has jalapenos on it too. So, okay. Raw jalapenos, gotta like it. Gotta like it. Cooked jalapenos, like it. Let's go, chat. Meanwhile, I'm crawling around the red zone here. You hear that sound? You hear that sound? That means someone's coming in the hole. Get him.
Minutes remaining.
Where's the loot, bitch? Fucking robot? Damn it. Right, that's the good loot. I need the fucking key. It's raining. Actually, I haven't had Lentils in a long time. That sounds good. I'm scared. Bolt is not bad, actually. Where you at, bitch? I see you. Where you at, bitch? You running, bitch? Okay, fine. Want anything to do with you then? You're sneaking around? I know what he's doing. We loot around here? Yeah, don't cook quick. You can cook it quickly in a pan when you're grilling it, but no, slow cook is always better. Always a low roll, like a low roll on low, you know, especially if you already got it in the sauce. But if it's like halfway cooked, you can kind of cook it up, but don't like, no, never on high. Never to do it on high. And like, if you want to keep it soupy, keep it covered, but also it'll also keep it from drying the chicken out too. So you got to kind of like balance it, you know. You can judge by how soupy it's getting. Because it'll cook off, you know, if you leave the lid off. The water will. Chat.
USC reinforcements incoming.
What? Reinforcements? Fuck you! I better arm up. Close the doors. I'm scared. I'm kidding. Yeah, if it's not in the sauce yet. More oil.
15 minutes until signal loss.
You get the oil popping, you know, and then put it on top and grill it off. And then that would be the time to break it apart too if you want to do that. Or you want to leave it chunky. And then throw it in the sauce with the lentils. Cook it for a while with it, right? That's what I would do. It'd be fucking good. And then chicken wouldn't be overcooked that way. Because you don't want to just broil it. Unless you're doing like a crock pot. Dude, where's that guy at? I swear to God, I'm about to get jumped. Especially because I don't have any fucking meds. And where are we going? Let's see here. Ooh. I'm gonna go in here. It's a guarded exfil here, but I don't want no smoke right now. What is that? Randomly, these speakers keep going off. That's interesting. Yeah, sear it. You can add spice too to the sear if you want. It'll cook into the chicken. Whoa! What do I do, chat? I kill him. Gotta wait for him to get bored. Oh, I'm out. Don't use that. Need to find the fucking loot. Is there a loot here? What the fuck? Guess not. Oh, there it is. It's like, where's the green loot? I have bullets. I'll clear these guys out. This gun's not bad, actually. What is this? It's a AR, okay. Yeah, the overrun's not too bad. I don't got too much on it. think I have a thing on it, though. What do I have on it? I have a slip protocol. Ooh, so moving actually makes me stronger. Like strafing like I'm doing. I noticed that. Seems to amp it up a little bit. Alright, buddy. You wanna dance? God damn it. God damn, he's strong. How many times do I gotta hit this motherfucker? I'm dead. I have no ammo. Don't kill me. We're friends, right? Come on, buddy. I know you're almost dead, but... That's it. I'm gonna fucking kill you with my drone. I'm mad. I'm mad now. Where you at, bitch? There you are. Oh. Holy shit! How do I get past that? He's still not dead. Chat. Oh, this is the new game Marathon. It's a extraction shooter, but it has a lot of AI that's really fucking strong. Especially if you're only playing single player like I'm doing and running out of bullets. So I'm gonna run like a little bitch. Basically, you just get the loot when you get out, and then you can do shit with it. It's not new, it's just the whole idea is just that it's a new game, so. Everyone's hating on it, though. Like they are with all the new games. Just has a bunch of maps. Yes. Insta-death. Insta-death, bitch. Yes, you're dead. It's over. Unless you get rezzed. They have self-res kits in here. You can buy them. Or make them. But if you're in a squad, you can get rezzed pretty easily. It's pretty... In a squad, it's a different game. This is a single player you're seeing me play. And when you have 3 players, it's much more... You get down, you get rezzed. It's like normal. The time to kill in this game is pretty short, so... I don't want any of that smoke. The guarded ones are actually not a joke if you're single player. Especially when you don't have a shield. Ah! No. No checkpoints. You're dead. You just gotta reload your fucking gear. You lose all your gear. It's about to happen. I'm dead. I just fucked up. Yep. I have no kit. I literally forgot. That's how quickly it happened. Someone could res me right now. If I could talk to him. If they were around. If they were on another team. Or just another single player. It's just open, you know, the map's open. It's like Arc Raiders. Yeah, it kind of feels a little bit like soccer. It feels like a mixture of a lot of the really good games that I played, honestly. And I don't think people get it. I just don't think they get it. People are way too fucking toxic on games now. I think people need to understand how shitty games used to be. They look back nostalgically on old games as being perfect, but they aren't. People that have been playing old games forever, like me, want new games like this to fucking. They don't. We're not looking for the same old fucking Battlefield or whatever. You know what I mean? Oh, I understand why it would make you dizzy. Yeah, if you're a particular type of person, that's completely normal. Most normal people can't do this. Yeah, those are cool. Yeah, Arc Raiders might be your thing if you have you tried it? It's also pretty passive. If you want it to be. I used to play it a lot on my channel. I still play it. Just waiting for the new map. I like extraction shooters. The only thing I'm looking for is like, I want to extract and get all my gear, and I want to use it to do something really fucking cool. And so far, games haven't really offered that. This is starting to offer that. And I think Arc Raiders has a little bit of that, but I'm not a WoW person. I'm more of like a StarCraft. I was doing that instead of WoW. I preferred the more chest-based games like WoW and Command and Conquer rather than the WoW games where the first game I don't know, I never got into it. I don't know why. In fact, I think part of the problem is that I didn't have a computer till later, so plus I think there was a subscription fee and I was not willing to pay that. I was a fucking pirate. So I would pirate games because I couldn't afford to buy them. You know, just like any poor guy. Now I'm a poor rich guy who spends money on games. You can't call me poor with a fucking computer and a streaming setup and gigabyte internet. And, you know, no. I'm just playing. Actually, Deep Rock Galactic is good. I do like that game. That game is fun. I like roguelikes. I just don't end up playing them very much. I have a very limited amount of time to play games now, so I'm kind of like ultra focused because I talk politics most of the time now. I used to just stream games and I would play a lot more games, but that doesn't get you viewers, so I figure I can, like you, talk about politics and in-game, and it works. It works that way for me. But I don't end up playing. But I like the Risk of Rain 2 is really good too. I like that game. Deep Rock Galactic though has that humor is funny. Like I have been playing this game for more than 20 hours. I still haven't feel like I've seen everything yet in these maps. Keep finding these underground caverns and shit. Oh yeah, it's fast paced sometimes. Yeah, you get lost. You're like, oh the fuck, where did my buddy go? It does. The nice thing about it though is it has that. It feels a little bit like TF2 too as well. Deep Rock Galactic. It kind of has that vibe. In a weird way. You said the engineer. There's like roles. It's kind of interesting. I haven't played it quite enough though. Like I said, I definitely... How the fuck? There was 3 of them on top of me. I knifed one of them. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you get trapped. Jesus Christ. I'm like, yeah, I keep finding these spots where there's a bunch of UESC. Fuck. Let's see if this bro runs into my fucking batch. He ain't going downstairs. Fucking hilarious, man. Don't go down in the red zone. That means danger. Hello? Holy shit. There's no way I could have killed all those guys. I mean, I could have. Knowing they were down there. Chasing them out. Picking them off one by one. I can do that. In fact, if I could remember where I was, I'd go back and do it. Because they got good loot. Guaranteed. That's what makes games like this fun, in my opinion. But also, you have to enjoy being in the game. In my opinion. Especially these games. And you have to have the patience of a duck. Because, as you can see, I just got killed 3 times in a row, and you haven't seen me rage quit yet. A little bit immune to that these days. I'm just playing late tonight because it's Friday.
China.
That's right. We're going someday. We're going to take a train. We're going to take a 2,000-kilometer train to Shanghai. Hang out on the arched bar above like 4,000 feet in the air. Yeah, sounds good to me. Have everyone staring at me because I look like no one everyone's... I look like someone no one's ever seen. Yeah, that's going to be fun. Oh my god. That is the one thing I don't think about. Kind of got that in Costa Rica. A little bit. You suck. I hate you. Die. Danger. Where's the danger? I know. That was funny, right? Like you can't fucking rest. You can't chill. Stuff is nasty, dude. It's available on Xbox too as well. And PlayStation. In fact, there's probably more people playing on that than there are on Steam. I mean, Bungie's known for Destiny 2, so a lot of console players are going to play this game. People think it's going to be dead in a week. I think they're wrong. We'll see. God. Dude, there's so much camping opportunity in this game. Oh yeah, I love you. Exactly. No, it's $40. Let's go, canal. So far there's 4 maps. Bunch of runners. They all have different skills. You can load on different mods with the guns. It's crazy, actually. There's purple, there's fucking green. You know, all that shit.
An anomalous rift has been detected in the area.
There's events that happen. The AI will fucking fuck you up. Even if you're in a team sometimes. If you're stupid. Which I think is good. It's not an easy game. I mean, you can sneak around like this and it's pretty easy, but... I mean, I can't really say that. I'm insane. Not even that good, but I'm not... I know I'm not dumb. Ah! Do I hear someone shooting? Okay. Now, here's what we're gonna do. Let's go. Get my pretty little drone out. Yeah, I know. I had to think about it, but I'm like, I don't know. I gotta enjoy myself. Where is he? Is it this way? Oh, that's fucking... That's a tank right there, see? The green guy? Oh, there you are. I'm gonna run in the wrong direction, because... Oh shit, I should have got... That is packed, dude. I can't go over there. There's a dude over there. You see him too? I saw him. But he knows I'm around somewhere. Hey, ammo. Let's go. That didn't sound good. What was that? What was that? Is that a robot? Where's the loot? None loot here. Oh, there's some right there. Well, that was one player and a bunch of NPCs. The robots were NPCs. There was one player hiding out. That's a fucking problem. Yep. God damn it. That's literally just a turret. There's so many traps in this game. That's what makes this game hard. You literally got to remember that. I don't have self-res yet, so... Not really. It's not really balanced. It's insane. You just said that right before I died. No, you can see it. It's not. You have to be fucking on it. I'm not even paying attention. That's why I died. I've died there more times than I can count. Shouldn't be dying there. But yeah, you learn. You gotta learn the map. You don't have to wait to get in the game though. So far. Not seeing a lot of people though. Weird. Should go into 3-player. I'll fill crew in a minute. Next game. Too fucking long, got around you. Too fucking long. Fuck. Dude, I think he's gonna take Cuba too. I'm not even kidding. I feel like until Trump's satisfied that Iran is at least back to where we inserted the Shah, you know what I mean? He's not gonna let it go. Like, I think he wants that kind of subversion in Iran again. You know, 2.0. So, whatever they decide that looks like, whether it's literally the fucking palace, you know, flattened by bombs. But I mean, right now they're just bombing infrastructure and trying to take out all of their gas stations and all their children and, you know, the usual tactics that you see Israel use. So, doesn't surprise me at all. But no, the fact that single player is more challenging is what makes single player fun for me. Because I don't care. I am here for the challenge. I like it. No smoke. No smoke, bro. I'm good. I'm not going after that kind of loot, so. For example, there's 3 robots. Nah, I'm good. I don't got any gear for that, you know what I mean? And you don't want to mess around with this kind of shit either. And that's the problem, because now bro knows I'm here. Right? Like there's a bro here. Current knows I'm here. Using all my fucking bullets to get out of it. Then I dump into some toxin. Then I gotta use my heal kit and hide. No. You're right. It's not balanced for single player. And it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Just use all your heal kits. All your... It's... No. If it was easy, this game would suck. In my opinion. I hope your read is better than mine, because I'm feeling like he's delusional and thinks he can still win. But I really do hope your read is good. Is the actual read. I do. Because that would be better. I agree. That is the best. I think your read is the best we could have right now. Actually met with the new Iranian leader, and he's actually conservative. He's just MAGA on steroids. I respect him. I didn't understand that Islam is just like the Christians, except different. We have an agreement. He's actually a good guy. There. That's just for you, chatter. I mean, the game is fucking immersive, too. Like, you look down, you see your robot fucking legs and feet. I mean, come on. It's everything I wanted in a game. Not gonna lie. In that respect, like, it just, you get immersed in this game when you start playing it. And the reasons for that are subtle things like, you go through here, listen. That kind of shit. I don't know. For me, that's special. Most games don't have this kind of shit. Apex Legends is pretty good at it. It's a different game, though. I don't like that game anymore. Played too much of it. Arc Raiders is good at this sound design like this game, too. So, you know, they're both winners. You're winning when you got 2 good games to play. What are people thinking? There's only one game you're gonna play. What the fuck? This game's gonna kill the other game. That game's dead. Blah, blah, blah. Fuck off. Greenhouse operations key. All right, let's check something out here. Yeah, no, I have main games too. Usually it's whatever immerses me the most. I've been playing, on the weekend I've been doing like a little sim racing with my headset. With the fucking VR headset. Sim racing with a VR headset is fucking cool. That's fun. I can do that for a little bit. I wish the VR headsets were better though. I have a shitty one.
Recall window will remain stable for 20 minutes.
Where was that guy? You see him? That was me. Just kidding. See that guy? Oh, that was me. Thought that was a fucking, Hello? 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 Yeah, no one can hear me. I don't understand why I can't get the chat to work. It's so weird. I'm gonna try one last thing while I'm in game here. Go there. Output device. What the fuck? Okay, so... maybe it's this. Huh? Yeah, it's not that. I don't know what it is. Fucking sound settings, dude. Probably because of the fucking Xbox shit. Oh shit. I was playing Unreal Tournament the other day, the actual OG, just for the fuck of it. I was like, wow, this is amazing. This is the first Unreal game, and look where Unreal is now. I remember playing that one when it came out. I was like, what the fuck? It looks so janky now, of course, but still, it's, you know, it's janky like, well, World of Warcraft. No, not, there's a particular character, or suit. I think once you shoot, you are, you're, no. Oh, I want to go here, actually. I need to, like, load up a fucking backpack. Alright. Get some more loot and get out of here. I've been yapping. Yeah, there's a character that has a stealth, yes. The build I'm running has the drone, the loot demon. And that drone can pick people's loot. That little arm, you can fly around and pick people's loot out and actually damage them a little bit. Funny. Or you can use the drone to like distract the AI. I did that last night. It was pretty sick. I had a couple sick plays last night before I got too tired. I knifed one guy. Barely got out. It was like one shot. He was creeping on my ass and fucking camping. Also, apparently this game's going to have nighttime. The game's going to, it changes dynamically. You can see it's starting to rain now. That's really cool. It's just, it immerses me. I love it. I'm selling the game, I know. So they aggro on me. See, I'm picking his loot. And I can get his gun, I think. No, I can't get his gun. Oh shit, I don't want to go get that. I was doing what I was still pushing forward. It's bad. Alright, he's getting mad. This is the worst gun. Got his shield. Is he gonna come over here? No. He not.
15 minutes until signal loss.
How'd he get me? I suck. No, everything costs money. You get sponsored kits though. I got sponsored kits. That's why I don't care. Just like whatever. I fucking love the aesthetic. As you can tell, I spontaneously changed my titles and everything today because of it. That's why that plushie's behind me, because you can actually apparently buy that plushie. It's a fucking, like, what the fuck? Okay. It's hilarious. I lost everything. Okay, actually, we're not going to deploy. So right now there's 2 maps. What is this? And then once you're to level 12, you can go to Outpost, which is the new map. I haven't seen this map yet. This is the beginner map. Intermediate map. That's the one I was just on. And then there's the shells. So you got this.
I'm built for this.
You got the tank.
If it was safe, what'd be the point?
This one has power slide, microjets, disrupt cannon. It's like a cannon in her arm.
I know what's at stake.
This one has like, it's like Bloodhound. It has echo pulse. You can track people. Stalker protocol. This one here.
Memories are pleasant lies.
Smoke screen, active camo, shadow dive, and shroud. Assassin is the one you're talking about. Yeah, also, to keep the cheaters out, you kind of got to charge money. Not gonna lie. Yeah, it costs a lot of money, too, to make this game. You're right. That's what people are ragging on it, too. I don't give a fuck, whatever.
Reborn. We persist.
This character's good. I played a lot of this character in the beta, or the slam. It's like a medical drone. You can res your teammates. You can have a drone fly around with you.
Affection is iterative.
And then Thief. This is the new one. This is the one I'm playing right now. And then there's Rook. So as the rookie gets soloed in, yeah. So I could rook in right now, but I'm gonna go in as, I'll show you Thief.
Only here, only now.
Actually know how to play Thief, chat. And let's just take this. This is just a cybercrime sponsored kit. It's just everything you need to load out. And then... oh wait. Yeah, we want to go to Darmarsh. Yeah, we're going to load up. I know, right? Well, you know, if you know the cutting edge of physics, which I actually know because I'm a physics enjoyer, There really is no distance. Doesn't exist. Get that through your head. Apparently. Light doesn't actually travel at all. Everything just has a possibility of existing in one single point. You know what I mean? Some bullshit like that. Blah, blah, blah. No, that's... The cake is a lie. Distance is not real, no. So, like, 4 billion light years doesn't mean anything in the sense that it's going to take you that many times because you're actually... It's crazy, too, because, like, if you're looking at a star right now that's 4 billion light years away, you're seeing it where it was 4 billion years ago, or whatever. So that's crazy, number one. It's like a paradox.
You're in the wrong area for that mission. So,
Hey, hey, can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Person? Can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me? Hello? You guys can you hear me? And Prox? Prox? Fuck!
Can't chat. Oh.
Careful.
No, that's robots. Maybe a ghost.
Wow.
Oh, oh my gosh.
Oh shit. Shit, I'm fucked. Fuck, dude. I'm trying to get the fuck out, dude. I'm out, I'm out. Good. Fuck.
I'll turn that TAD on. While we,
Get up there, bitch!
clear up. Loot.
Okay, see. Gives you an idea.
Someone out there. They're coming here.
Yeah.
Threat marked.
Camel
Oh, fuck. What happened to me? Oh well. They got us good. Is one a single player? I'll kiss my
He's up
ass.
right above me.
Only one of us left. Yeah. There. Got a green. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Ouch. Yeah, but see, Chatter, you're thinking with like, you know, 150 IQ. You gotta start thinking with a 290 IQ, right? And that's like, there is no distance. So you don't have to worry about speed because you're wasting energy trying to break the barrier the barrier that you're thinking of breaking is distance. It doesn't exist. You just need to fold space and you'll be there. Just like Dune. You just need the spice to fold space and it'll be good. I'm serious. Now that was not a good example of using the thief, so don't. Correct. Once you realize there is no spoon, correct. It's your mind to be correct. Yes. Yes. It's you know, everyone talks about it in different ways and shit. It's the same. It's been alluded to, but now the funny thing is that through the modern physics of quantum mechanics, they're starting to understand, real-time scientists, that this is all like kind of true. Right? That potentially we will be able to figure out, I think, how to fold space, however, or something similar without using actual energy, but using negative energy or whatever, and be able to travel to wherever the fuck we want, because it's there. But the fact that it's out of reach doesn't make any sense. Unless it's all an illusion. Like a backdrop. No, but we're measuring with visible light. So there's all this other stuff out there that exists that's you can't see, I can't see, no one can see. Machines can see. Instruments can see, right? Like that. That's how we see with the telescopes. With invisible light too. So that tells a different story. But not as far as the speed of light. That's a constant. Anyway, I've been watching videos, so whatever. Just spouting some facts I heard, but could be wrong too.
Check this out.
What? Check 1 2. Check. Hello. Oh. My fucking mics are all messed up.
Watch out.
Tell me if you spot 420. For now, remember, I want you to remember though, there was a time where there's someone like you and me having an argument. And one of us was saying, nope, we can't fly. Another one was saying we could fly. Okay? And it's impossible. No, there's no way we'll ever fly. We're too heavy, etc. Blah, 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 blah. Now look how casually we put our grandmas in airplanes and send them aloft on thin skins. And they mostly land safely. Pretty crazy. It's crazy to think about that. In a couple hundred years, less than 100 years. So there's a potential that what I'm talking about could change, could, you know, happen. I like this gun actually. No one else is here, dude. That was some heat, dude.
Is this what you need? Shield's critical. Anyone want this? My work's not finished. Unseen. Watch out.
Fuck. No, it won't work. It's impossible. You're right. The way we understand propulsion and all that before now, it's impossible to do that. Run.
Don't back down.
Fuck, dude. No, we'll never make it. It's impossible. We have to fold space, literally.
Systems compromised.
Fucking bitch.
Time to hunt.
Okay. Hello?
Need a weapon.
Okay, fine. I offered.
Doctor's orders. Can I help? Ammo crate placed. Need this? Medrone active. What's this? Threat
Muy
spotted.
problemo.
Camel filter engaged. Reloading.
Scared.
Over here.
fucking drone.
Watch out.
No, there's actually a physicist that figured out that it's possible. We just need infinite energy. But if we could figure out how to get, dark energy, we would be able to do it. So look that up on YouTube. It's actually kind of cool if you don't know about it. Smoke de-aggros, by the way. Like if a bot. No, I know, but still, we used to think we used to think XYZ. We couldn't do it because we had, but we didn't. We figured out a way around it. You know what I mean?
In 15 minutes.
So I think that we can possibly do that. Just saying. Maybe. Yeah. For right now, it is a no. You're right. But it's just kind of cool that with math, they kind of figured out, well, it's actually possible with this kind of stipulation. It doesn't exist right now, and maybe it could never exist, but why is the math work then? Interesting. That's my question.
Prepare for increased hostile action.
Why? You guys want to max out, dude. Woo! Kill the bots, baby. No, it's possible. They're maybe like holding something they know. That's possible too. There you go. I'll take anything. They'll never believe it's not possible eventually. But that's just me. A backpack! That's a pog right there. I can carry more shit now. Oh yeah. There's another backpack for next time, too.
Shield's critical. Careful. Don't back down. Into the dark.
L. That's a green. Oh, mine's green. Gotta keep it. Got 2 green guns. Don't want this then. Keep this for next run. He's got a backpack. Everyone's got a backpack, right? Oh, there we go.
Give me the drone, bro. Me healed up.
What, they want to go in? Wants me to lock down? Oh. Yeah, right there. We gotta go.
Time to hunt.
They're over there.
Threat spot. Larva mark. Got something.
Another team for the lockdown. We're fucked. Gotta charge up, dude. What do I got? Alright. We're good, I guess. We got the best shit we got.
Stay alert.
10 minutes remaining.
It's true. Hard laws of physics, baby. Oh no. Wasn't paying attention.
Walk out of the ring.
Yeah, that's why I work on, like, you know, solving the problems of having fucking billionaires exist. Because that feels more, huge science fiction fan, though, chat. So, you know what I mean? So there's a good run with a team. That was pretty good. Those guys were pretty game to fucking just shoot everything, which is fine. I didn't have to, you know, if you have better gear, it's going to be a lot funner. They had better gear than me. One of them had a green shield, which was great. I didn't really die. Did I die? I don't think I died. Anyway. Let's see. 7. I got 2 runners. Yeah, I did good. That was a good game for me. Yeah, this guy got 2 as well. He revived 3, though. I didn't get enough loot, though. I was shooting shit. So, I didn't come out with a lot of money. It's fine. Whatever. Anyway, I'm tired as fuck, chat. I'm gonna go. There is a ranked game mode coming up. I don't know. Yeah, you're probably right. There's gonna be ELO on the game. There's gonna be a ranked game mode. I don't know how that's gonna look like. But now what they do with matchmaking is they kind of rank you in with like your level. You're like, I'm level 6 right now, so I'm probably playing with like level 0 to level 10, and then level 10 to 30 is like another level of people. Because, you know, eventually you have like a bunch of purple gear. So you can't have like a bunch of purple people killing like green people, right? Like, these are my first green guns. Yeah. Thanks, man. I appreciate you hanging out. I'll see you soon, chatters. And yeah, we'll see. Maybe I'll go live tomorrow because I'm going to be playing this game. All right.